Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com. Global Namaste, this International Yoga Day, breathe with the world. Sunday, the 21st of June, 2 p.m. BST, free, online, at healingourearth.com.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Happy International Yoga Day and happy summer solstice as well. I, your host Amrita Sharma, welcome you to this episode. And today we are celebrating a legacy that has come through in this world for attaining lots of things and for a deeper meaning to life. To dive on that and to talk more about it, let's first remember God. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, joining your hands together, taking a deep breath inside. With a calm mind, let's chant Om. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Mantras, affirmations, some words that hold great power, that resonate through the soul. that dive deep into our heart and remind us who we are. And that's what is yoga. Connecting me with myself. Today's International Yoga Day, as we celebrate worldwide, I feel honored and blessed as well to witness the day and celebrate it with loads of yoga experts and the people worldwide who seek wellness, health, longevity through yoga. And today, in this episode, we'll be talking with our experts what is yoga, what is the meaning of yoga for them, and how it has benefited their lives and loads of other people who have been practicing, believing in the connection of Karma Sukoshalam. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to Riddhi, our co-producer from London, as well as our lead panelist, Dr. Anukul. Global Namaste.
A global namaste and a happy International Yoga Day to all of our viewers around the world globally. Amrita, what are your thoughts about today, International Yoga Day?
Yeah, it's wonderful to see people uniting for a common reason, not for chit-chatting, not for discussing politics, not for discussing certain other things, but for a purpose of a movement, through the movement and the rhythms of the body. And I'm really glad that Dr. Anukulji has joined us today, and he's very much into the idea of believing in the traditional knowledge systems as well as the science. And he's also leading a metaphysical society. So, Dr. Anukulji, what are your thoughts and your wishes before we take some message from Dr. Kailash as well? Over to you.
I think one of the biggest thing that India has achieved was to get yoga accepted by United Nations to be celebrated universally across the world. On the 14th of in 2014, they introduced this particular thing again, and that particular thing has been very particularly helpful because the whole world is now using the World Yoga Day, the 21st of June, and it is a real pleasure to know that the whole world is using it now. But I'm also glad to see that yoga has spread across the whole world and everybody seems to know it. But most of the time, they are taking this as purely as a physical entity and not so much into the mental and psychological and personal connect, which most of the Indians are very well aware of. The Western world still, however, still is in that particular position of trying to consider yoga as something physical. Yet, it is still worth it, no matter whether it's physical or mental or psychological, but it's something worth it and worth going ahead with it. I think we have got great experts like Dr. Riddhi, who is really good at it, and various other people who will be joining us. I'm sure we'll learn so much from them about yoga and how to control ourselves and all the attributes that yogi requires.
Fantastic. Thank you
so
so much, Dr. Anukul. And it's just amazing as well to see the date this year as well. It's actually Father's Day today as well. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. But it's also amazing to see how far back yoga actually goes beyond the 5,000 years into the oral parampara between the guru and the shikshak, between the teacher and the student, to be able to learn these disciples, to be able to learn these disciplines from their roots, from the Bharatian roots itself. And that, I think, is something that has enabled the United Nations to really bring forth in International Yoga Day. And nowadays, it's actually known globally. There are so many celebrations happening, not just in Europe, but also in Asia, also in Africa. You've seen many things happening through the Ministry of Ayush. We've seen many organizations putting things together, coming together. And it's just fantastic to see the progress that has actually happened since 2014.
Yeah, definitely. And so many people worldwide have been familiar about yoga, not only just the practices on the form of asanas, but also the practice of life, the way of life, and the way it has molded people's life. There are so many people that we come to know across the roads to know about their personal life and how yoga has benefited them in so many ways. even the simple breathing techniques we see being implemented by so many people, and it has saved so many lives during COVID as well. We are very familiar about how these kind of therapeutic modalities the traditional science has given as a legacy are being utilized by education of the knowledge and um, the kind of way it has formed, that the aromas have been spread worldwide, which is one of the very good uh, things, I think, as traditional sciences that has formed a foundation for which people can seek as an alternative therapy for healing, getting better, not only for physical, but for mental and spiritual health as well.
Yes, absolutely. I think yoga is actually a practice that goes beyond the mind and the body into spirituality, into consciousness, and into deeper thinking. And I think that is so imperative that we actually do look at yoga as the overall paradigm, not just limiting it to a certain fragment of it, but actually seeing the benefits of it are actually far-raising even before that. So we have things like mental resilience, we have things like emotional intelligence, and we see the effects that this actually creates within students, not just actually whilst they're studying academically, but also how they become well-rounded individuals within themselves as well. And I think we're going to have a fantastic array of speakers today. And without further ado, let's welcome our first guest, Amrita.
Yes. Global Namaste, Dr. Jitendra Patwari ji.
Global Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Global Namaste.
Jitendra ji, you are already well known worldwide and in India for your chakra healing, holistic healing therapies, and one of your eminent books of Chakra Samhita is very popular, and people follow your advices on balancing the chakras, healing the body through the subtle chakras and the wheels of life. And through yoga, you try to advise people and guide them in many, many ways for different kind of modalities. So please, a very warm welcome to you, and please tell us what have you lined up for us today. Thank you.
As Goswami ji said, yogasana, yoga postures have been the main focus these days whenever people are talking about yoga. And it's far beyond that, far beyond postures. Postures are a part of that. But if you go with the meaning yoga, union, yuj, it has come from the word yuj, union. And that union goes far beyond yogasana, pranayama, or even meditation. If we talk about in a scientific way rather, then there is a theory of quantum entanglement. Most of us are at least somewhat aware with the idea that when two particles are connected, one may be in London, one may be here. One may be in our galaxy, the another may be in another galaxy. And yet, if something happens to one particle, it's quite likely that the another particle may be affected. Even Einstein was not ready to believe that because it was going against all the theories of Einstein. But then ultimately in 2022, 3 scientists got the Nobel Prize for that. They proved to the world that the theory of quantum entanglement is true. Now, the funny part is, even before thousands of years, our Rishi Munis in India, they knew it. And they were communicating through that way. And that's why the idea of Vasudeva Kutumbakam was given. Because when something happens to a person, anywhere, somewhere, then the impact goes worldwide, impact goes in the universe. So that connecting to that web, that invisible web, and that is something beyond what we understand about yoga. Let's take it in a different way now. Say, you must have heard the word clear empathy. Clear empathy, for those who are not familiar with the word, when the body gets sensitive, then we get the bodily signals or even emotional signals or all kinds of signals from another person as if we are that person. Like I'm sitting here, I'm talking to someone in US or UK, and even before that person realizes, his or her vibrations, emotions, bodily pains, everything may come to me. That is clear empathy. What is that? Itself says that there is an invisible web which goes far beyond what we right now commonly understand about yoga. We have made it simple. For the last 12 years, this International Yoga Day is being celebrated. And every time, everybody is doing, most of the people. There can be some exceptions. We also did a program today morning about Chakra Yoga. Many people participated and passed through a nice experience also. How is that possible? When somebody is giving a message from somewhere on the another part of the world, and if the neurosystem of the another person sitting on exactly the opposite side of the world is taking those instructions and the neurosystem is responding, how is that possible? It means we are connected and we should know this yoga now. Vasudeva Kutumbakam is not a theory, it's a reality. Quantum entanglement, Rishi's knew, and now the scientists told us. So we should be aware about each and every person in the world, each and every existence in the world, because that is affecting us. A very simple thing. War is going on in many parts of the world. It is quite likely that a person is not directly impacted by that war in many countries. And yet the fear is passed on to these people. Every person in the world is now feeling, kal kya hoga? What will happen tomorrow? So that means those emotions are passing. Internet we have known now for last some decades. But this invisible web was always there. And rather than talking in theory, let us try to have an experience. Let's go through a short meditation and try to understand whether we are catching the emotions, whether our emotions are reaching to others, whether our neurosystem is getting affected by the messages coming to us. Let us do that on this particular yoga day. So just be comfortable. Let's be ready for a short meditation. Today, people are either doing postures or meditating or doing pranayama or in their own way celebrating this day. It's not that we are doing it right now here, but millions of people across the globe are joining us. Let us have a connection with each and every soul through this short meditation. Please be comfortable. Close the eyes. Be with yourself. Just have attention on normal breathing. When inhaling, let us feel that we are breathing all the positive energies. And all the disturbing emotions, if at all we have at this moment, let us forget for the time being. Let the positive golden energy enter our existence. And with our exhale, with a small push from the mouth, the disturbing energy, let it go out. Inhale, exhale through mouth. Fill a circle of energy surrounding us. White light over that golden light, putting us in an energy field where we can feel the energy, or we can send the vibrations and receive the vibrations from across the globe. Feel grounded. Let your weight be more on the chair or sofa, wherever you are seated. Be firmly grounded. Let a string of energy move from the tailbone to the crown, from the crown to the forehead, forehead to throat, throat to heart, heart to navel, to the pelvic area, to the perineum. Let the full cycle of energy make us strong enough to catch the energy from everywhere and to send the energy. Visualize the people doing yoga in their own way in your area, in your town, in your state, in your country, in nearby country, in another continent, in all the continents. And let the collective energy spread around the world, around the universe. Let the golden energies string come out from your heart. Reach to the person whom you love the most. Feel the person surrounded by that energy. Feel his or her emotions, bodily vibrations, as if they are your own. Let the energy and your connection spread to all your loved ones. One by one. Make a circle of all. Breathe together. Fill together. Get energized together. See the energy level increasing. Let the field expand apart from your loved ones, all the people whom you have met any time during your life. All of them, let them join in this web, an invisible web. If two particles can have a quantum entanglement across two galaxies, then think a person who has met you, even for 5 minutes, has the person not left some particles on you? Let all those particles get together. Each and every person whom you have met any time in your lifetime. Send all the positive vibrations to them. Find many times multiplied vibrations coming to you. All are feeling the same. Expand this field to all the people whom you have hated sometimes. Though they were known to you, you excluded them. Let them come in this field, in this auric field. Forgive yourself and forgive all others. And feel a soothing, positive energy field. Feel your sentiments getting released. Feel the flow of love from all these people coming to you. Let this field expand further, covering the entire universe. Not the world, entire universe. Everything is affecting one another. Let that be a part of this web. They are the part of this web. But today, with awareness, let us enter into this web. A real yoga union with each and every person, with each and every existence in this universe. Feel how you are taking the vibrations and how your positive intentions are reaching everywhere. Feel the vibrations in toes, in feet, in thighs, in perineum, in pelvic area, in belly, on the back, in your heart, in your throat, on your face. Feel the tranquility in your entire existence. Let your crown vibrate along with this cumulative energy, collective energy. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Try to come back come back with an impression marked inside that this is an invisible web and we are a part of that. And now that realization will always remain with me. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Open your eyes. No jerks. So this is my message for today. We all are clear empath in certain capacities. Some clearly know that. Some may not understand, but they realize it. For example, a child is crying and a person who is very calm just lift the child and the child is again silent, crying stops. In the opposite way, a very calm person, if he enters a room where everybody is disturbed, then either all gets calm or this person gets disturbed. If we talk of big cities, suppose a person from a small town goes to Bombay in India, maybe in your case, London or New York, America, then immediately he gets disturbed. A person who is generally habituated to walk slow, if he goes to Bombay, he starts walking fast. Even he doesn't know where he has to go, but he starts walking fast. And that is the impact of collective vibrations. So on this International Yoga Day, it's my humble submission to every listener from across the globe to create this awareness that we all are really connected. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not a theory, it's a scientific fact and can be testified by so many examples. Thank you, Neil Kumar and the entire Healing Our Earth team for this fantastic initiative of really healing our earth. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Global Namaste.
I think Dr. Jitendra Patwari has particularly emphasized the need to connect. And that, I believe, is one of the biggest things that happens when you are able to shut your eyes, at one end connect to the outside world, another end connect to the inside world. And that connection is very interestingly gives you much wider vision than just shutting your eyes. And that particular concept of collective harmony has already been researched very extensively in the past. How the collective thinking process can bring about a lot of change in reduction in crime and other kind of violent activities. So I think that is very nicely put by Dr. Jitendra Patwari.
Thank you. Yes, Amrita?
Okay, Amrita is not here, nor are the others.
Global Namaste, Neil Kumar ji.
A global namaste to you. So, what do you feel that people at home or consumers at home should do? Because yoga is meditation, meditation is yoga, it's all flexible. Do you
Awareness and whenever we are becoming, every human being is as such selfish, but there should be a limit to that. We should know that whenever we are trying to, not to harm, but just to even think something harmful to someone, that is somewhere it is affecting us also in some other way. So let us be aware about what we are thinking, what we are speaking, as already Dr. Masaru Emoto has pointed out. So most of us know now water experiment, and 70% of us is water. So added to that, this awareness that we all are connected will heal the earth, if not today, then tomorrow. Like a phoenix, let's hope that the earth will come out from the present scenario. The present scenario is definitely challenging, but let us hope, and definitely it will come out.
So what do you feel that people at home, in a simple form, either as a daily routine, and daily routine can be just before your breakfast or while you're driving the car, because you can be in any state, should
Your
they,
voice is not reaching to me properly.
you are not
Could you
able
be a
to,
bit louder, please?
are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
You are able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, what should a general consumer at home ought to practice, whether they are driving a car or relaxing, having a breakfast or talking to the family? What simple form of yoga meditation they can do without being aware that they're taking time out? Because when you ask people for time, they will always say, I'm busy, I don't have time.
I can tell you what I have been doing for last more than 25 years. My attention remains always on my crown, and that keeps me balanced. Even right now, when I'm talking to you, my attention is on my crown. So that helps a lot. You are not on the left, you are not on the right, and you are centered. What we normally say, we are centered. That's take time. It takes around 4 to 5 months to have that practice. But once that practice is already put in your body and mind and in your system, it's fantastic. And that's my own experience since at least, I think, 2001. Yeah. Initially, it looked awkward, but it's very much possible. Yes, sir, please.
One of the there are various types of yogas as we understand, but one particular yoga, which is the Ashtanga yoga, as described by Patanjali Yoga Sutra, is one thing that I like in particular because it gives me a chance to understand my mental makeup at any given time and also helps me understand the character of personals that we are handling or coming in contact with. So one of the ways that I look into myself, although I'm not a very expert practitioner in yoga, but if you want to see the characteristics of yama, niyama, asanas, or pranayamas and dharana, dhyana, samadhi, and if you take all those things in sequence, it gives you a chance to evolve yourself as a human being and also get a better connect with the world. And that I believe has given me the biggest understanding on yoga, not as much as practice, because I don't think I'm a very ardent practitioner in that sense. But I believe that those features are something which I would like to imbibe in my lifetime so that I can get into a better status of my mental state. And same thing, it helps me connect with other people. And more importantly, I use that way of classifying psychologically what kind of issues can affect people in various illnesses, particularly psychological illnesses.
Actually, today morning I had a session here, and what I said there, I'm repeating. I said that whether we do postures, yogasana, whether we do breathing, pranayama, whether we do meditation or any kind of sadhana, everything ultimately leads to chakra balancing. So today I had put my session's name is Chakra Yoga, because for the last 28 years, since 1998, I have been practicing that, and that also out of a disease. My seventh nerve was totally damaged. And everybody said, the topmost doctors, that you will never recover. I was not able even to speak properly. And then the time had come that I addressed up to 60,000 people. When I was not able to speak pa, fa, and ba, forget that. Tens of thousands I could address. And even now it goes on my sessions, etc. So in the morning, I emphasize that when everything is concerned, everything from birth to death, whether the physic, whether emotions or spirituality, all the three main, mind, body, and soul, are connected to chakras. And yogasana, pranayama, meditation, everything helps balancing chakras. So there are various ways to balance chakras. Psychology is already covered into that. So chakra yoga, though it may be the word coined by me, but I use that word today, and I firmly believe in that after my experiences over these many years, after more than 10,000 hours of meditation. I'm saying this, that ultimately, if we try to balance the chakras in different ways, including asana, pranayama, whatever, mudra, whatever you can do, color therapy, sound therapy, so that ultimately helps a person balance. And that is the best way, as far as I understand, as far as my view goes.
I have one question to ask you, and that is about chakras. I found was a particular part of a spiritual enlightening over time. And for me, that's what I understand is much more that it from Mooladhara to the Sahasrara. I mean, there's this ascending concept and ladder through which you come up.
Yeah.
But how does it connect itself in the healing process
It's
itself?
connected with the energy system. Chakras is the word because rishis understood that. And then in Gurukul it was taught. So we took it as spiritual part. Actually, that is life. See, all the chakras are basically energy centers.
Yes.
They all are connected to different glands. They all are connected to different emotions. They all are connected to different body parts. In the morning, I explained in detail how all the doctors can be divided among 7 chakras, how all the emotions can be divided into 7 chakras. Then we went through a 1 hour long meditation. And by taking in subconscious mind, we made a programming and we did that. And everybody, fantastically, somebody's pain was gone by 90%. In the morning itself, a lot of reviews have come. They go on coming every time with every program. And ultimately, this is getting affected. So that is the misconception that chakra is only a spiritual concept. Chakra is direct connection with the body. Chakra is direct connection with the emotions. And all the doctors, suppose all gynecologists, then they are sacral chakra doctors. All ENT surgeons, they are Vishuddhi chakra doctors. All cardiac people, all cardiologists, they are heart chakra doctors. All pulmonologists, they are heart chakra doctors. All gastroenterologists, they are Navi chakra doctors, solar plexus doctors. So that way, ultimately, everything is. And in the morning, so many doctors were also there present. And the impact, I'll tell you, generally we breathe 16 times in a minute. And if it goes down to 10, then doctors consider that's critical. They'll say immediately get hospitalized or something. But when you do regular meditation and all these things, the figure comes down. Suppose right now, it's not morning, it's not meditation, nothing. My breathing, if you measure at this moment, it will not be more than 4 per minute. So for doctors, it will be a challenge. And I'm not the alone. I'm not the only person. There were so many people in the morning who had 5, 6, 4, because they had been meditating for quite long and doing something. So ultimately, everything is connected, but somehow there is a misconception that is only a spiritual concept. Definitely a spiritual concept along with body and mind.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Patwari. That was fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Good discussion, and maybe you can say hello to Acharya Sri Shuram, who is in Pune in Maharashtra. So there will be a lot of joint ventures that you guys can be doing. Really, let's welcome Acharya Sri Shuram and get him into conversation. If you could do an introduction on him. Over to you, Riddhi. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Jitendra for such a magnificent array of topics there that actually go beyond the mind and body and start to look at chakras as being a physical aspect of the body in the glands. And I think that's a point that so many practitioners and students miss. So thank you again for your wonderful contributions. A global namaste to Acharya Sri Shivanji. By introduction, he is a prominent spiritual guide, contemporary thinker, and dean at the MIT Group of Institutions in Pune. Known for his work in unconditioning the mind and awakening youth, his regular conducts, meditation sessions, corporate programs, and youth development seminars in the city. A global namaste, Acharyaji. Welcome here.
Global namaste. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And today is a very beautiful day. And I would like to start with a prayer from our ancient Upanishads. So let us take a moment, close our eyes. Asato ma sadgamaya tamso ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Lead us from the unreal to real, from darkness to light, from limitation to the experience of the eternal truth. May this gathering be a step in that journey. And let us begin. The topic which I have received for today is meditational vibes for mindfulness. Unfortunately, today is International Yoga Day 2026. So first of all, pranam and namaskar to everyone, and I pray to the divinity in you.
Global namaste, Acharya. Thank you very much. You and Anakul just a couple of weeks were together at the IIT Mandi. So it's so nice that what we love at Healing Our Earth is people actually meeting in person. When you were connected, all of you were connected to me, Pranay, yourself, Rajiv, Anakul, Amrita, the Healing Wing. It was so nice to see that each one of your DNA was stable. You were calm, and each one of you filled me up with what was happening there at the Mandi, which was very highly attended, and you made the effort just last minute to get there, traveled so far. And Anukul was here to welcome you. So it was so beautiful. Just before you start your session, and we got some time, so no worry. What were your thoughts when you met the healing people live in a conference?
So first of all, thank you so much, and thank you so much for being an instrument to connect all of us. And it was a pleasure to see in person Dr. Anukul Goswami ji and Dr. Amrita Sharma ji. And it's beautiful that you have asked this question. This was in my mind from quite a period of time. How it feels when we meet. So when like-minded souls meet, it is like sun is meeting the light. It is like earth is meeting the sea. That connection we already had, I realized, in this divine community. But when we see each other in person, we connected with such love and affection that when I met, there were two. And in that meeting process, we became one. So we operate from that one consciousness. This was my realization after that meeting. And after that, we had so many lovely conversations. And in fact, on my birthday, Dr. Anukul ji came and he spoke the final closure. And I'm so delighted to have like-minded friends, family. I would call it a family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, what Lord Krishna has said to Arjuna. So this is actually the real family, I believe. Doesn't matter the geographical boundaries where we live, where we stay, what we speak, how may look. When the connection is profound, that is everything.
Brilliant. Well, you can continue with your tips, your knowledge on yoga for our consumers who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, website. And then after you finish your session, Ridi and Anupul will maybe get in conversation with you and make comments or ask questions. Over to you and wish you that.
Thank you so much. And a warm welcome to all of us joining from different parts of the world. And it is a privilege and a joy to be with Healing Our Earth today on International Yoga Day, especially. So, my heartfelt gratitude to the entire team, especially to you, Neil Kumarji, Healing Our Earth, for creating this beautiful global gathering and bringing together people from different countries, cultures, and walks of life. So, if I talk about myself, for many years I have been exploring this space of meditation, spirituality, yoga, not merely as a practice, but as a way of living. So, my background is in education, and I have had the opportunity to teach young minds at the university level as well as guide meditation retreats, programs, and awareness based online gatherings through both academic setting and contemplative spaces. And I have observed a common human challenge, which I would like to share in this meeting today. So, people are becoming more informed because information is available, but not necessarily more peaceful. Information can change what we know. Yesterday, I was less informed, today, I am more informed. So, information can change. But awareness, if I talk about awareness, so awareness can change how we live. And that brings me to a simple yet profound question. In a world that is becoming increasingly connected, why do so many people feel disconnected from themselves? जिसे हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि स्वयं से स्वयं का संबंध टूटना. So I have experienced this disconnection. So today we can communicate instantly across continents. We carry more information in our pockets, just a click away, than entire libraries once contained. Artificial intelligence is transforming our world. In my recent visit to IIT Mandi, I saw how scientists are creating an artificial brain. So a huge transformation is taking place in the world. Technology is advancing at an extraordinary pace, very extraordinary pace. Yet stress, anxiety, burnout, loneliness, and emotional exhaustion continue to rise. We spend years learning how to make a living, but very little time learning how to live. Because from the very childhood, we are taught how to achieve success, but rarely how to experience inner peace. Nobody's talking about this thing. Perhaps what humanity needs today is not more information. Perhaps what humanity needs is more awareness. And that is where yoga becomes deeply relevant. Because yoga is the unionship. So I would like to share a beautiful story with all of us before we go further. There was once a king who possessed everything people normally dream of having. He had wealth, power, influence, beautiful palaces, and every possible comfort imaginable. Yet, despite having everything, he remained deeply restless. One day, he heard of a wise sage living in the mountains and decided to seek his guidance. Probably that wise sage was a Zen monk. When he met the sage, he asked, "Oh, the master, I have everything, yet I have no peace. What am I missing?" So the Zen master must be very extraordinary. He handed him a cup filled to the brim with water and said, "Walk through the village and return without spilling a single drop." What master said, king followed very carefully and walked through crowded streets, musicians playing, merchants shouting, children laughing, and celebrations taking place all around him. When the king returned, the Zen master asked, "What did you see around?" The king was in a shock. The king asked, "Master, tell me once again, what did you say?" Then the master said, "Did you hear the musicians?" He said, "No." Master said, "Did you see the beautiful gardens?" King said, "No." "Did you notice the celebration?" "No." The king replied, "My attention was completely on the cup because you have given me the very tough job." The master smiled and said, "Peace does not come from having more. Peace comes from being present in the moment." The king's problem was not a lack of wealth, it was a lack of awareness. And in many ways, that remains humanity's challenge today. Most people are either replaying yesterday or worrying about tomorrow. Very few people are fully available to this movement. Very few people I have seen, those who are available to this moment. Gatesho ko na gantavyo, kartavyo chayan vantavet, vartamanena kalena, vartayanti vichakshana. Those who live in the present moment, they can only be happy and always away from sadness. And yet life is always happening here and now. So today on this yoga day, I would like to share yoga is more than an exercise. What many people hear the word yoga, they think of physical posture, stretching, flexibility, and fitness. Yes, it is important. These practices are wonderful, but the ancient Indian understanding of yoga is far deeper, or rather, the ancient Bharat understanding of yoga is far deeper. Yoga was never merely about the body. Yoga is a science of consciousness. Yoga is a way of living. Yoga is a way of being. And over the years, whether working with young students, professionals in corporate, or with meditation practitioners, the sadhaks, I have noticed that lasting in transformation rarely comes from acquiring more information. It comes from developing greater awareness. And that is the heart of yoga. I often say in my public talks as well, the purpose of yoga is not merely to touch your toes. The purpose of yoga is to touch your deeper self. And yoga is not merely flexibility of the body. Yoga is flexibility of consciousness. So the real question is not, can I balance on one leg? Probably we can, or maybe we can not. The deeper question is, can I remain balanced when life becomes difficult? And 1,000 years ago, Indian sages began exploring one of humanity's deepest questions. Who am I beyond my thoughts? Who am I beyond my emotions? Who am I beyond my achievements? Who am I beyond my social identities? And this exploration gave birth to yoga. This exploration gave birth to meditation. This exploration gave birth to mindfulness. I am reminded of Patanjali's extraordinary insight, which has transformed the whole world. One of the greatest yoga masters. Tada drishtaha swarupe vasthanam. The seer rests in his own true nature. In Hindi, we call swayam mein swayam ko sthit karna. When the observer is being observed, when the seer rests in his own true nature. What a beautiful statement. I love Patanjali for this thing. Patanjali is saying that beneath our thoughts, what we know is our thoughts. So beneath our thoughts, worries, achievements, fears, identities, there is something deeper. What is that something deeper? A witnessing presence, a silent awareness. Meditation is not about becoming something new. Meditation is about rediscovering what has always been present. And modern society constantly tells us to become somebody. Society never wants you to be real. Society wants makeup on your face. Society wants become more successful. Society wants become more productive. Society wants more influential, more recognized. The other day I was discovering in my public talk, many times when I show my visiting card, the reaction is totally different versus when I just approach without my visiting card. So this is the truth of the society. But Patanjali asked a different question. Before becoming anything, have you discovered who you truly are? That is the truth. So ancient wisdom and modern science has to walk hand in hand. So what is fascinating is that modern science is increasingly supporting many of these ancient insights. Researchers studying mindfulness and meditation have observed benefit related to attention, emotional regulation, resilience, and stress reduction. And neuroscientists, when I talk to them, they speak about neuroplasticity. They talk about the brain's ability to change and adapt throughout life. And ancient yogis spoke about transformation of consciousness. So the language is different, what I've seen, but the direction is remarkably similar. Ancient wisdom and modern science are beginning to meet at the same point. So whether you start from here or from here, you end up reaching to this point. So both suggest that awareness changes us. Both suggest that the quality of our attention shapes the quality of our lives. And if we see the Krishna's message, the timeless teaching from Bhagavad Gita. So in the 6th chapter, Krishna gives a simple and powerful instruction. Yato yato nischarati manasa chanchalam asthiram tatas tato niyamitat atmanaya vasamnayet. What he is trying to say to Arjuna? Whenever the restless mind wanders, gently bring it back. Notice the beauty of this teaching. How wonderful. So Krishna does not say fight the mind, because how can you fight the mind? I have my two hands. How can I beat from this hand to this hand? Ultimately, I am going to lose the fight. So Krishna does not say fight the mind. He does not say suppress the mind. You cannot do that. He does not say condemn yourself for distraction. He is simply saying whenever the mind wanders, bring it back gently, patiently, lovingly. This may be one of the oldest mindfulness instruction in the human history. No one has talked about mindfulness. Krishna is probably the first one to talk about mindfulness, and it remains profoundly relevant today. So, I would like all of you to experience, because rather than talking about mindfulness, I prefer experience it together. And I would like to share a simple practice that I often teach because of its simplicity and practicality. So, once upon a time, I was just simply sitting and I was reflecting, what can we do in our everyday life which is very simple, which is very practical, and which can help us to bring transformation in the self. And anyone can use it before an important meeting, before responding to a difficult message or a call, during a stressful moment with your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, or any stressful moment, or whenever life feels overwhelming. I call it PRB. So it contains three things. So let us take a moment, close your eyes, and let us begin with P. P stands for pause. Let us pause for a moment. Stop doing anything. Just give order to your mind that I want to take a pause in this moment. Stop doing, stop fixing, no planning, stop reacting, just a simple pause. Now R stands for reflect. Ask yourself, what is happening with me right now? What am I feeling? What am I thinking? What does this moment need from me? Now B stands for breathe. Now take a slow, deep breath in and breathe out. Again, breathe in and breathe out. Gently, you can open your eyes. So, this simple shift from reaction to awareness can transform the quality of our decisions, relationships, and our everyday life. So, there's three things: pause, reflect, and breathe. So, it hardly takes 30 to 40 seconds or maybe 50 seconds, and you can make this practice accordingly. If you have some time, you can give 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It's up to you. Minimum 20 to 30 seconds is just enough if you have a very busy schedule. So, if you see the sky, there are so many clouds in the sky. So, the mystics often used a beautiful metaphor. Thoughts are like clouds. Some clouds are bright, some clouds are dark, some clouds bring storms. So, these are clouds. But if we go back, if we go above, what is sky? So awareness is like the sky. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains. Most of us spend our lives believing we are clouds. So those who ask, why should I do meditation? I can't meditate. I am very busy. I have no time. So meditation helps us discover that we are the sky. And during the process of meditation, in that process, the clouds come and go. But what remains is the awareness. And when we discover this awareness, something starts changing. We become less reactive. We become less fearful. We become more compassionate because that is our true nature. We become more present in the moment because that is the reality. We become more alive because that is who we are. So we call it Satchit Ananda, existence, consciousness, and bliss. So when we are totally in that Satchit Ananda, we are one with ourselves. So before we conclude, I invite you into one final moment of awareness. Please gently close your eyes. Become aware of your breath. See yourself breathing in, breathing out, aware of your breath. Now become aware of your thoughts. What kind of thoughts you have? What are you thinking? Become aware of your emotions, if you have any emotions. Notice that you can observe all of these in this moment. Now ask yourself a simple question. Who is aware? Who is aware? If you can observe your thoughts, who is the observer? If you can observe your emotions, who is observing them? Do not search for any answer. Do not analyze. Just drop the question. Simply experience the question without using your mind. Rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. And very gently, you can open your eyes. So this is the state, the seer rest in his own true nature. So friends, today humanity faces many challenges: stress, conflict, division, uncertainty. Meditation may not solve every problem, but a mind without awareness cannot solve any problem wisely. And that is why mindfulness matters. So thank you so much. And I pray to the divinity in you. And thank you so much for listening me so patiently. Pranayama. Namaste.
Acharyaji, that was absolutely brilliant. 3 words: pause, reflect, breathe. And so many times we tend to overcomplicate life and make it worse than what it needs to be, and we don't really see things for what they truly are. I think it's wonderful to see how we can actually recondition the mind so simply just by forming a different habit, by creating different neuron pathways, creating different loops, which then form a different habit and a different behavior and a different action, a different way of being. What would be your takeaway for somebody that wants to start to experience a different kind of life but is stuck? They're stuck in a sense of stress, they're stuck in a sense of anxiety on a moment-to-moment basis. If they're in that moment right now, how would you ask them to shift? What would you ask them to shift?
I would simply tell them that you are here to celebrate life. You are here to just be happy. When you were born, you didn't have any name, no address, no identity, nothing. But you were very joyful. So I would ask them to go back to that moment. When was the time when they were a baby? How were they? So if we are in stress, if we are in anxiety or any kind of discomfort, it simply means we have lost touch with ourselves. We have lost the innocence. We have lost the purity. And the moment we go back, we just smile, because the moment you see who you are as joyful as a pure soul, as a pure kid. So that light is missing. And I believe if we have to transform the humanity, then we have to ask all of us in the entire community, in our family, in our friend circle, to just be joyful, to just be yourself, very natural. So I talk about 3 things: awareness, authenticity, and simplicity. And the moment we become as simple as a child, like what Jesus also mentioned in the Bible, those who will have the consciousness of a child, they will reach to the kingdom of God. So what he's saying, he's simply saying, just be natural, be easy, be joyful, be simple. And then in that simplicity, you find everything is a joke, and then you laugh.
It's so true. It's just being able to observe life as a Shakshi Swarupa, to be able to take a step back from the actual problem and to be able to see things from a 360-degree view. But it's like a video game. So many times we only actually enjoy life when we're playing the video game itself, and we're actually akin to the same. Because if we step back and we detach, then we become detached within ourselves.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a term in Sanskrit. We call it Nityananda Swarupa Shivoham. So it is like Nityananda Swarupa Shivoham Shivoham. It means Nityanand. Every moment when you are in Anand, when you are in joy, that is your true identity.
Fantastic. Focusing on that identity. Krishna actually teaches, and Dronacharya teaches Arjuna on the battlefield of the Kurukshetra to be able to focus on the pupil of the eye itself when actually shooting, and to be able to hit the target on point. Anukulji, I can see that you have a question. Would you like to ask?
Yes, I had a small thing that possibly something just to add, that the feeling of happiness comes based on your understanding of your own personality. Sometimes we often punish ourselves saying that, oh, I should have done this or I should have done something else. In reality, it's just a part of your personality. If I'm one of those guys who requires the push to be able to do something, somebody say you have to do it within this limited time, then I said, oh, okay, fine enough. I'll keep on waiting till that particular push comes. And okay, now I'm going to go and do it. And so it is my personality trait. Another person says, oh, why are you sitting quietly? Why are you not taking some action? The fact is that we all have our own triggering point at which we can work and the pace at which we work, and not to unnecessarily punish yourself saying, oh, I cannot do it or this thing like that. So the idea is recognize your own self, do it very, very nicely. That's all that you can do. And I think that's where the happiness comes from again, recognizing what the issues are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's so true, because so many times we have people that can actually perform if they don't have the pressure, but it's under the pressure that they buckle. So it's really getting to the root cause of that. Neil Kamarji, did you have a question or a comment for us?
So people are enjoying the conversation and chit chat. So carry on chit chatting, and shortly we also involve Apurva, and then we can continue more. See if Deepak is playing again. Deepak, if you got a comment, make now, please. If you unmute yourself, please.
A global namaste to all on this wonderful occasion of International Yoga Day. I did like the session on mindfulness. I felt it was very, very relevant, and it was very nicely explained by Acharya Sri. And yeah, I had a few points that I'd like to have taken away, but it was mentioned by Riddhi Ben how to apply this in if you're caught up in the storm, how do you apply it yourself? But that was very nicely explained. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepakji.
I like when Acharya say that, you see, today in the last 20 years, mindfulness has become very big. And it's actually a subject that is now in the university. And I like when Acharya associated Krishna from mindfulness. So the current world realizes now in 20 years, because mindfulness is now even a TEDx subject. And several thousand years back, Krishna used to practice mindfulness. So it's a way of thinking. I think when we reset ourselves and go back to the basic should never be ignored. And basic like sun, water, earth, nature is what we have stopped respecting. And that's why we are turning the penalty. So I think it's very good because we notice the right thing. Anukul, going back to the basics, do you feel if a mind is with a basic ingredient as opposed to a big churning with high frequency, do you think a basic mind's DNA is more stable than a high frequency mind?
In reality, I think one of the biggest things that we face a challenge in the current days is not being told as to how your mind is working. One should be able to look at your thoughts, because everything starts from thoughts, as Acharya ji said, that we have to learn how to understand what our thought process is. And coming back to the same point, saying that, let me control my thoughts. Let me see how my thoughts are jumping from one point to the other point to the other. Once I realized this, I keep on seeing my own thoughts all the time, and I say it every few seconds it jumps from one point to the other point to the other point, and no wonder that's how it's that they say your mind is like a monkey; it jumps from one point to the other point all the time. If we can understand that particular process and try to get it back into a particular position to say, let me focus my mind on this particular issue, then we can get particular answers. I remember in the IIT Mandi when what you call Dr. Bhattacharya, he did his some Dr. Bandyopadhyay did my test with DDG on my brain. My brain was all lit up nice and red because my mind was jumping all over the place. So that clearly understand that my mind has a lot of thoughts going on. But in reality, one can think yourself as to be in one particular position and focus on that. That will be the best thing that one can do.
So Anupam, now I'm going to ask each one of you a question. Vivi, Deepak, Acharya. I'm going to ask a simple question. What factor or what tips do you use on yourself to stable your mind and be very focused on the presence? Just simple, short answer. Anupam, you go first.
Well, there is whatever is there in front of me, which is going to have an immediate impact on my actions, is what I focus on. So I've got to do a particular work X at this particular time. That's I'll be focused on, and nothing else. I just don't think of anything else beyond that.
And so, what do you apply to do that?
I just have to get on with that work and finish it, and then till the next work comes. And I still remember that the secretary in my secretary used to put a label outside my door. He's working. Do not disturb him, because if somebody else comes and takes my thought off, then I'll be jumping into something else. So I remember I take a work and try to finish it as quickly as I can. And once I've done it, I'm happy and then get on with the next work.
Vivek, you are a lawyer. Lots of things goes on in your mind. Sometimes you might have a case that you are talking about. You practice yoga quite a lot. You actually study yoga as well, not just practice. How do you stabilize yourself if you're in an event? How can you stop your mind talking about the pending case you are dealing with and be in the Vartman, which is the presence? What tip do you use yourself that brings you in a calm, present state?
Simply the sublimation of emotions. So many times when people are in high pressure situations, high stress environments, it's being able to have control of the mind and the senses. Exactly how Sri Krishna managed to control the chariot, the senses, the mind being the 5 reins and the horses. Every single time we allow our thoughts to be carried away with our emotions, we tend to lose that battle. So the art of it is really to be able to take 2-minute resets, focus on the breath, bring back awareness, bring back present moment awareness, and then tackle the task. And what you'll find is the mind moves from a defocused position to a focused position. The brainwaves change scientifically.
And you mentioned Krishna. Krishna was very clever, very highly educated, and he could see the future as well. He was very clever. He never controlled the chariot. He jumped off from the chariot and told Arjun, "Samane fauj khadi hai, na pyar jata dusman se yudh kar." And he jumped off from the chariot. Now, I wonder if we are clever enough to jump off from the chariot and let other people remotely drive. But everything you have said, that you try to calm yourself down by being in the presence in the way that you have said. Let's go to Acharya, who actually is also dealing with several thousands of students, university, courses. He's very young himself. So even at this young age, Acharya, do you ever lose your cool with students? Or in case if the students are very disobedient or playing truants, what factor do you apply to bring peace in their mind? What mindfulness technique do you use?
So first of all, I would like to say that when I am with students, I am more joyful and happy. And students simply say one thing, that you are so approachable that we never feel that you are an authority. So the problem is not the student, the problem is the faculty and the staff. They say you have created a chaos in the university that nobody can differentiate whether you are a student or a dean of the university. So I don't believe in hierarchy, number one, because I believe in equality. And the moment there is a distinction between you are inferior, I am superior, then you cannot love, then you cannot experience happiness, then you cannot be joyful. So that first point is very clear. Now coming back to the second point, yes, once upon a time in my life, when I was very agitated, I used to experience anger as well. But there comes a time when I realize it is like holding a burning charcoal in my hand and giving punishment to the other person. So that is the point when I dropped everything and I realized what Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita, the direct mind management teaching. Yato yato nishcharati manasa chanchalam asthiram tatas niyamatayat atmaneva vasantanayat. So whenever the mind is going astray, just bring it back to the awareness. So even if I am in a situation when I see the tough situation around me, when people are against me, or when there is a chaos or a disturbed environment, I simply don't do anything. I just simply smile and just stand still in my presence, and I just be in my presence, and in that presence I am totally aware. And with that awareness, what I experience is, who am I, what am I doing, what is the purpose of my existence, and naturally I become more focused on what I have to do, and then I move in that direction. And actually, I tell you the real story. So the people around me, they also feel the vibrations. So what I've experienced is, when you are happy, when you are joyful, when you are peaceful, this is so contagious. The people around you can actually feel that. The people around you cannot hate you. They are bound to love you. Even they don't want to love you, they have to love you, because the vibrations, the frequency is in such a way that they feel that I want to be with this person, but my mind is not allowing me to, surrender. My mind is not allowing me to talk. My mind wants me to maintain my authority, but somehow in my heart, I feel there is something I should go and approach and talk. So this is what I have experienced. And this is very powerful, even in our families or friends or environment. If we see tough situations, we just don't do anything. We just simply send them peace, love, and gradually all will come together.
Thank you, Acharya. You mentioned tough situation. And prior to you, Vivi mentioned high pressure job as well. So now I pose to you, and you don't have to answer either one of them because I will bring Apurva in as well. Is really a tough situation there, or is it really high pressure job, or is it an opportunity being thrown on your way to find a solution? So frankly, there is never a problem in life. There is never high pressure job. You are allowing the pressure to build, just like a pressure cooker. Let it whistle off and go, and find solution. You are lucky that you are giving opportunity. My one tip for people to be stable in mind and everything is, we all live with a mobile phone now. We carry it as if, we forget the spouse and a boyfriend and a girlfriend. The mobile phone, hey, the moment you realize, straight away, you've forgotten. Put it on a silent. If you are going to a wedding or an event or to somebody's dinner, that person has taken several years to master their skill. Put your phone on silent and steal the skill and the knowledge of 30, 40 years just in few minutes. And that stability will increase your own stable DNA, and it's very good. I want to bring in Apurva here, and she's a high-level scholar as well. And really, after Apurva answers, we can introduce and get Apurva doing a session with us, and then we go back into chit-chat with you, Riddhi, and everybody. Anukul, make your quick comment, and then I want to ask Apurva a question before she and Didi clarify.
When Acharya was talking about friendship in the college and how he is happy with the students, it reminded me that although it's been 47 years since I passed from my medical school, I still have not left the dormitories and my college corridors, and I still get the same dream that I used to get that time, that the train is running away and I'm still trying to catch up with it, and the constant feeling of that I still got to do a lot. That thing is all the time there. And let me tell you, the last time I did any course with the university was just about 4 years ago, and I'm always in one course or the other. But I feel the most comfortable in the college and students environment, because that's what we are all the time learning, and I always feel very happy in that particular situation. So that's where my happiness comes from. I'm in the class, I'm in the school students with and enjoying my studies. I'm at it.
And it's amazing because the students actually come to go to an institution to study. So if you can make your environment pleasurable and enhance their knowledge, the student you are teaching few years from now might become a prime minister, president, or a company staff, and will go way beyond you. Don't regret it, because you are there at their foundation. So yes, friendship is very good. Unfortunately, in today's day and age, fluency is more higher. You can go to university and walk out of the classes. In my time, the head of the family is the hierarchy. You do not argue with them. You sit down, and you at Karela, bitter gourd, you eat it, full stop. He says, go to sleep, you go to sleep. Now, mother earns, father earns, sibling earns, sons and daughters earn. So the whole world, I think we need to go back to basic. Talking about basic and everything, let's go to Apurva. The nice thing is that she and she's very close friend to Vidhi as well, they are actually trying to mix science with the knowledge system. So finding scientific way how they can maybe improve something. Apurva, how do you calm your mind and be in presence, and then carry on with Vidhi and everybody else?
So for me, the easiest way to calm my mind and come back to the present is just to realize that my mind has drifted off. Because sometimes we think that, our mind is going many places, and then we're like, hey, where am I? And then you just remember that, come back to this moment, come back to where you are, and then keep doing it. Because the time between how wherever you wandered off gets smaller and smaller when you keep developing that habit. Everything is just habits, and developing good habits of mindfulness, just like everything else.
Thank you, Apurva. Vidhi, go ahead and introduce Apurva. Acharya Shivam, stay around. After Apurva delivers her own session and then gets into chit chat with Vidhi, we'll have more interesting conversation. So over to you, Apurva and Vidhi, and let's see what we've got lined up for everybody.
Yeah, but I just want to come back to the conversation actually. Anukulji, Acharyaji, you both mentioned actually being a student of life and actually going through that process and seeing what it's like to actually see things from the student's perspective. And that's exactly what me and Apurvaji have been experiencing ourselves, being master students now of yoga from the University of Vayu, and actually going through that whole process ourselves of how do we get present, how do we come back to the moment, how do we control our breathing. And Apurvaji has actually done a fantastic research thesis that brings together the psychology of the Western world, people like Sigmund Freud, with the contemporary Vedic Upanishads, looking at the different types of darshana and how the two can actually be akin to the same page. And realistically, what we're aiming at here is how to bring science up to date with the Vedas, with the Upanishads, because these knowledge systems have existed from aeon years, at least 5,000 years, if not longer. And now the science is playing catch up. Now we can actually start to see things like the brain waves and how to move from a sympathetic stress state to a parasympathetic state, and the effect that that has on the brain waves, and how states of arousal, psychological states of arousal start to happen. And Apurvaji has actually done fantastic research when it comes to looking at the different types of yoga darshanas and how these different types interact with one another, and to really go deeper into the psychology behind the mindset too there. So Apurva, a global namaste to you. Welcome. The floor is yours. Please continue with your session, and then we'll come
Thank
back for
you.
chit chat.
I just wanted to share my screen. Can I do that? Wonderful. All right.
We can see your screens. Can you make them full screen? There we go. Fantastic.
Okay, wonderful. So first of all, I just wanted to say very happy International Yoga Day to everybody, and namaste. Thank you for attending my talk. Basically, I have always seen the path of yoga as fundamentally a movement away from the mindset of becoming, of always striving, always reaching, into the state of being. And today I wanted to take you into the heart of that movement from the yamas and the niyamas, which are the ethical and behavioral foundation of the whole path. But before I begin with the philosophy, I just wanted to showcase the healing power of yoga and how I have personally benefited. I just wanted to show this short YouTube full minutes. This is through Vayu. This is just a little bit of my experience in how I benefited from yoga.
Apurva, we can't hear the sound.
You have not.
Oh, you cannot hear the sound.
Yes, if you
can't hear the
stop it-
sound.
If you stop it and start again, then look at the bottom left or top right, it says join audio, agree. There is no copyright music here or music.
No, there's no copyright music.
Very good. So stop and start again. No-
Okay, so stop share.
Yes, and start share. Before you share, you will see a tick box, join audios, you say yes, tick it, okay?
Okay.
And take your time. So really this will be exciting because you see, both of you know the professor, the director were also here, just about to get in the episode. And how appropriate that Acharya is here at Anupul, because it would be very nice to bring some scientific evidence as well to some basics. And Apurya, you keep on sharing, you will see, yes, and now make sure you turn the audio.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, okay.
On October
Is it
27th,
audible?
Perfect, perfect.
Okay, great.
2020, I was put on ECMO life support and spent 9 days in a coma. I had developed severe cardiomyopathy, my lungs and kidneys failed, I had pneumonia in both of my lungs, and had to be airlifted to a specialty hospital. I spent 14 days on a ventilator and about a month in the ICU. When I woke up on November 5th, 2020 from my coma, I was still on the ventilator with my right leg in a wound vac after multiple fasciotomy surgeries. I couldn't feel my feet. They told me to expect to at least lose 3 of my toes on my right leg, if not the leg itself. They told my husband that if I survived 1 year, then I would have beaten the odds. After 2 months in the hospital, my muscles turned to jello. I could poke my thigh and feel the bone underneath my skin. Over the course of 2 years, I did 130 sessions of physical therapy. When I began PT in January of 2021, my goal was to be able to sit up in my wheelchair for at least 4 hours a day. I couldn't even move from my bed to the wheelchair independently, let alone use the bathroom on my own. When I began my MS in yoga at Vayu in the fall of 2022, I began earnestly practicing what I learned, both in mind and body. At that time, I couldn't stand up with my eyes closed without falling backwards. But Professor Balaram Pradhan helped meet me where I was. Vayu gave me the key to unlock the miraculous healing ability within myself. In August 2022, I was unable to attend my cousin's wedding due to my unstable heart health. I spent 90% of my day bedridden, with very little stamina, taking multiple medications. By February 2023, just 6 months later, my cardiologist took me off of every medication except for aspirin. By June 2023, inspired by the first yoga therapy course with Dr. Nagaratna, I went to Bangalore in India and spent 3 weeks receiving treatments using various healing modalities, including holistic yoga, naturopathy, acupuncture, and Ayurveda at the Arogya Dhamma Residential Yoga Therapy Center, where Vayu students can also train. I arrived in India hobbling around on a rollator that I donated just 2 months later before my flight home. The day after I arrived back in the US, my strength and stamina had so improved that despite the jet lag, I was easily able to drive myself to the grocery store without a cane and pick up milk for my family. By November 2023, I was able to perform a dance at my brother's wedding. This is the miracle of holistic yoga therapy that Vayu taught me. Modern medicine saved me from imminent death, but the holistic yoga therapy I learned at Vayu is what brought me back to life. Thank you for hearing my.
So I went from that to the other week, I was averaging 25,000 steps a day up and down Rome.
I'm the father of Jonathan, my son. He took his own life at the age of 23.
Apurva, something is
2018,
playing at the back. Can you stop it, please?
April
Apurva,
Oh, wait.
24th,
can you stop
exact
sharing
to this
screen?
date.
Stop sharing screen, please. Yes.
Oh.
Thank you. So, what a journey you had. You could see as you were narrating on the video, you were excited from almost having been written off to something that was able to move by self. You say you were able to pop your out, you know. What a sensation from nothing to zero to that. So human beings don't appreciate what they've got. You know, the machinery that God has given us, we don't appreciate what we've got till we are about to lose something. And you vociferously, to yourself, bringing your mind, the mind over matter, learn the technique. What a very good example that a lot of people can share. For those who have either given up in life or who are completely bedridden, there is going to basic sometimes that can bring life. Really, you were listening to the video with your pupils directing as well as you were Anupul. What a story.
Thank you. Yes. So I, have benefited immensely from yoga therapy, and it's helped me a lot in my in my life in general. But basically, I see yoga not as a set of poses, but it's an entire orientation of living in we act in, mm, you know.
You are setting a screen for in first principles, yoga is a way of life.
Yes, absolutely. And I think one thing about Hinduism that very few people understand the full significance and the context of why every ritual might be practiced. And even fewer can explain that esoteric or philosophical meaning of each part. But academic understanding is not necessary, because for the quality of our absorption of our personal sadhana, it leads to undeniable fruits of mental quietude and transformation. So for the spiritual pursuits, I think the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as opposed to, how arcane we can say, or however, whatever we do is not as whatever we say is not as important as what we do and how we feel about it. And I think that is where we have to beware for our practice is ahankara, because the main obstacle comes from the ego. The ahankara is not just, the ego, but it's that I fabrication. It's you creating the ahankara. It's your identification. It's a choice that you make every single moment of every single day to identify yourself with something. And often the trap is that the scholarly or academic learning leads to the most insidious sort of ego, which is the spiritual ego, that voice that says, I am the one who knows. I have accomplished. I did it. And then you have to ask, is there something wrong with that in itself? But, when you are in the state of I-ness, that is where all the karma bija are created. Because being in yoga is being in a state of no karma creation. And to create karma, you need a sense of I-ness. And the person, the I who is paying for the karma may not be the I who created the karma, but the equal thing is a sense of I-ness. And that creates the soil in which these seeds are planted. And according to our karmic impressions, our samskaras and the vasanas, which are our deep patterns of character and behavior, this is how the karma phala will first germinate. The karma bija germinates into a sprout, and that sprout turns into a tree. And that tree one day bears fruit, and one day you must eat that fruit. So when and how these seeds germinate, whether they sprout into a tree that bears fruit, and whether we must eat that fruit, whether it's nourishing, whether it's sweet or bitter or even poisonous, that's not under our control. But, when something happens to us, we will cry out, why me? Why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? And you can see the problem there is I. What did I do to deserve this? The problem is rooted in that I-ness. Oh, that friction between our capability to accept what has happened to us and our ability to respond from our highest self is where we have a choice. But when we ask, oh, why me? What did I do? We become obsessed with carving out like a perfect dissection of reality, hoping to avoid pain for ourselves, for the people we love. But the real problem is that attachment itself. And we wish to control through bargaining with our purity and our good behavior. But we don't have the right to the fruit of our actions, as Sri Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. We have only the right to act. So, karmanyevadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, ma karma phale turbu, ma te sangost akarmani. But that doesn't mean we should also not act. We have only the right to act, and even inaction is an action. So therefore, there is no time we are not in a state of karma creation, except for when we're in yoga. And so what is under our control? Our control is how much resistance are we bringing to whatever our karmic lot is in this life. Whenever we resist, whenever we react from outside of our seat of sattva, however justified that reaction may feel, that friction creates a spark which gives life to a new karmic seed, and that seed goes into our karmic granary for storage, waiting until the time for the fertile soil and samskaras and vasanas to be present for it to germinate and to take fruit, whatever life that may be. So then what do we do? So we have to go from our ahankara to our asmita in yoga. That is what we are attempting to do. To stop operating from ahankara, to begin operating from asmita instead. What does that mean? It means moving from I as me as in this identity. We have these sense of selves. I'm a daughter, I'm a spouse, I'm from this country, I am this religion, I am this age, I am born here, I care about this person and I don't care about that person. All of these things. And that identity is like a castle that we're constantly defending. And we have to move from this mindset of defense and defending a castle to seeing ourselves as the interface. We are not the fortress. We are not we are the gate. We are the channel. And we are the journey, we're not the destination. So basically, when one is in a state of yoga, the ahankara shakti is no longer very strong. What acts in the world of samsara is asmita. And that's the part of the soul self which is floating through the karmic field in untouched bliss. It's still operating under karma because you're still in this body, you're still in this mind body complex, and you still have this persona, you're still seen in a certain way by others. But you're not being touched by karma because you are in a state of yoga. And that yoga is that bliss, that connection to the Sachitananda. And so then the question changes. We're no longer asking, how do I preserve my ego position? We're asking, what is the most loving, most truthful, most compassionate possible response in this moment? And so we tend to our mind field, the chitta. And in your Patanjali's Yoga Sutras in 1.2, Patanjali says yoga chitta vritti nirodha. And so what are chitta vrittis? They're the modifications of the mind field. The chitta is the mind field. It's like your mental landscape. And so it's like terraforming the earth. It takes patience and resources, like a beaver creating a dam and making the river to go a different direction. And even desertification of a once fertile minefield can happen very quickly. And you can take a place that was once a beautiful oasis and turn it into a desert by chopping down all the trees and doing all the wrong behavior. So too it is with our internal ecosystem. And so our chitta, our mind field, is that main land where that ultimate quantum of free will is available to us. The only thing that is fully inside our locus of control is our own behavior, our own thoughts. We cannot control what another person feels, how they act, what they do, regardless of who it is. Sometimes we cannot even control ourselves, what we feel and what we act. So we can at least control some small amount ourselves compared to anybody else. And you can think of the movie The Matrix, and you remember in The Matrix where everybody can go in and out of the matrix if they have the proper mindset. And the chitta is where they use a loading program, and they can add any sense of training or going into the matrix or leaving, that sense of reality. That is like the chitta here. It's a blank malleable construct where you can place anything, all of your samskaras and vasanas, every single impression that your soul has felt in every single vessel of consciousness. And that is the place that when we stop creating a sense of identification, that's when it will just stop modifying. And that sounds very easy, but we have to rewrite our own patterning. And how we do that is through the yamas and niyamas. So yoga is traditionally divided into bahiranga and antaranga yogas, which are the external and internal disciplines. Together, they carry us towards samadhi, which is full absorption. Now, if you look at the way Patanjali Maharishi formulates the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, you see that he begins with the Samadhi Pada. Now, if Samadhi is the goal of yoga. Why does he begin with the Samadhi pada? It's because Samadhi is so natural to us. It's that sense, as Sir was saying before me, how, children are so pure, and when we go back to our natural child self without all of these identifications, that's when we're the happiest. That is Samadhi, and it is our most natural expression of being. And instead of doing, we have to shift to being. So how do we do that? When we're trying to do a negative effort, which is to stop ourselves from creating these artificial structures, then we have to set very strong boundaries. And what we're doing is erasing the boundary between the Jivatma, which is our limited individual self, and the Paramatma, which is our divine consciousness. We're bringing the two into union. That's what yoga is. But in order to do that, we have to have strong boundaries in the way we restrain our energy that we are sending out into the world. And in order to do that, we start with the 5 yamas, which is ahimsa, meaning we are refraining in harm, in engaging in the energy of harm, in deed, in word, in thought, including to ourselves. How many times we're, oh, I'm such an idiot, how could I have done that? That's not engaging in himsa. Even if you're so kind to everybody, but you're being cruel to yourself, that is also himsa, because you are also a living being, and every living being should be treated equally. And so then satya, which is alignment of our thought, our speech, our action with what is real, and doing it in the kindest way possible. And asteya, not taking anything material, temporal, emotional, not even taking time that is not yours, that is not duly given, that you don't deserve. Lack of entitlement. Brahmacharya is spiritual continence, the proper use of conserving and directing your ojas. Because as we know from Ayurveda, the ojas is the most subtle of your dhatus, which is your energies, your subtle energies. And it is also your spiritual energy. So when you get angry and you lose your temper, or when you lose your cool in some way, you lose your control of your energy, you are not practicing brahmacharya. It's not just the stereotypical type of energy that people talk about. It's much deeper than that. And then there's aparigraha, which is keeping things light, not holding on to things. Everything, we lose everything. Nothing is yours, not your body, not your life. Nothing is really, truly yours. The only thing you have a right to do is to react. And that might sound very scary, but there's a real beauty in that, in knowing that if you shift from seeing everything as yours, then you are always afraid you'll lose it. But when you know you can lose things at any moment, then you shift to appreciating that you had it at all, or appreciating that you have it in that moment. And that is the deeper type of shift that we're trying to inculcate within ourselves through the mindset of yoga. And so the 5 niyamas, and this is how we're cultivating the energy that we allow ourselves to absorb. So where yamas are like a floodgate from inside to out, the niyamas are like from outside to in, what we are allowing inside us. And we are keeping socha, which is purity in our hygiene of body, mind, thought, emotions. Sometimes we have a negative emotion and we will castigate ourselves for it, instead of just saying, you know what? I'm a human being too. These things happen sometimes, and you let it go. And, santosha is an ease that does not depend on our circumstances. It's having a level of satisfaction and appreciation for what one has, regardless of what one has lost, is how I see it. And tapas is literally heat. It's literally burning. It's the austerity of discipline, that fire of discipline that burns away the impurities within us. Because everybody is impure. That's why we're born. That's why we're here. And the reason we are here is to learn our lessons and to learn what is the difference between identifying ourselves with what is impure and identifying ourselves with what is not, because nothing in a certain way is impure, because everything is divine. And then you see Swadhyaya, which is self-study and study of the universe and the sacred texts and spiritual knowledge. And I think Swadhyaya is one of the most important things in general in any yoga practice. Swadhyaya and Ishvara Pranidhana are the most important because those are the ones that you can always do. The yamas and niyamas are how one can always stay in a state of yoga because you cannot always sit and meditate. We have life obligations. We have to put food on the table. We have other, we have to be out in samsara and we have karma to, discharge in samsara. So what we need to do to constantly be in a state of yoga is to practice these yamas and niyamas. And these are so important because we are cultivating sattva guna. Awareness does not erase pain. Awareness does not really erase ego. But what awareness does is increase the possibility that the cycle will lose its unconscious power. The problem is that we don't know what we don't know. We are not even aware that we have a problem, oftentimes. It's that unconscious repetition where people get trapped forever. And it's more important than knowing something intellectually is to be practicing it and to be feeling it and to be living it. Because when you can become conscious of a pattern, it can feel quite negative. It can cause reactions of shame or guilt within the heart space. And that's where our most potent identifications attach. So the trick becomes staying within a structure that holds your balance and maintaining a vibration of sattva throughout, even in the middle of a karmic tempest. And that beautiful energetic connection of sattva, that is sattvam. I was listening to, I used to do a sadhana of chanting the Shaneshwara Nrsimha Stotram. And and Shani Deva says to Nrsimha, he says, Sattvam Nrsimha Mahi Dehi Kripavalokam at the end of every. And I was thinking that it sounds like sattva, and it made me realize that sattva is what you become when you are fully, it's the most pure unus, the most divine essence of you is sattva, that radiant self that you are between every modification of the mind. And when you become conscious of your patterns while retaining your sattva, then it doesn't cause the pain that you see, oh my God, I've done so many terrible things. How could I have done this? Unknowingly, I hurt somebody. I didn't realize what I had done. I didn't realize what this would cause. We have regrets. We don't live up to our expectations, or things happen to us. But precisely since you no longer claim identification with your behavior, with your karmic debts, or with your circumstances, whatever happens is no longer touching you because you are so connected to that core of your asmita self rather than your ahankara self. And this is where I think yamas and niyamas really shine. How much time do I have left, Riddhiji?
You can keep going, Apravaji.
Okay.
You're good.
Wonderful. And so I think that here is this subtle threshold as well, where compassion can slide into self-erasure. And this is why I think Maharishi Patanjali also prescribes the Chitta Prasadana, because sometimes when someone realizes, okay, intellectually, I understand that there's no difference between me and this other person, and our orientation can shift to trying to alleviate everybody's suffering. And that's also not appropriate, because when we're trying to, we're sticking our fingers into other people's karma, and then we're getting burned and we're not understanding why is this happening. It's because the yamas and niyamas are supposed to help us in purifying the energy, because if we are constantly, absorbing this energy that is throwing us out of alignment, and we're not focused on protecting identity structures, we have to learn that wisdom in the distinction between identity and alignment, because identity can calcify. If you identify yourself, I'm a nice person, I help people, I do this and that, and then something something happens where you now have feeling pain because you're like, oh, but I'm such a nice person, and this thing didn't happen the way I wanted it to. I wanted to help that person, and instead that person is now in a worse off position, and my self-identification as a good person who helps people is now threatened. And now you are feeling pain when the other fellow, something has happened to them, and it's not even you, something has happened to. So these are the kinds of things that we want to stay aligned, which means we stay responsive and we stay on the path of dharma rather than on the path of our ego. And so healthy boundaries here, these yamas and niyamas give us the healthy boundaries that allow our compassion to remain compassionate instead of turning into self-abandonment, resentment, martyrdom, or like trauma entanglement. And then we need to distinguish between understanding somebody and over-accommodating them, between staying aligned with our deeper values of truthfulness, compassion, accountability, non-cruelty, self-awareness, and the refusal to dehumanize. But how do we do that? This is where the dialectical behavioral bombs of yoga, of the Chitta Prasadana, give us a way of moving through the world. They give us the 4 orientations of the heart that clear and gladden our chitta. They give us the mind field becomes even and easy. It's like each one following like the steps of a dance that committed to muscle memory, and then they become reflexive in time, just like walking. Once you lose the ability to walk, it's very difficult to get back into that rhythm because there are these tiny, tiny muscles that you don't realize that you had. And so over time, you first start off like a Frankenstein walking, and then eventually it gets more smooth, and over time, then just like a baby. And everything is like that. But then once you lose muscle, it becomes difficult to regain it. So you have to constantly be tending to your mind field. And we do that through friendliness towards Maitreyi, towards those who are mudita, who are happy, karuna towards those who are miserable. We are happy for those who are having punya happen to them, and towards people who are apunya, who are not following punya, who are not doing good deeds, we maintain upeksha, which is neutrality. And we don't, it may offend us on a moral level, but that doesn't mean it needs to offend us on an energetic level as well. And so maintaining equanimity, even in the face of adharma and apunya, is very important. And so basically, once we relinquish our impulses to control, to understand or to be understood, to heard or be known, then that's when we are free. When you see every action in the universe through the eyes of love, then you have entered into your own spiritual path of yoga. And that is beyond anything that can be quantified in a scholarly fashion. That is the bliss of sadhana. The yamas and the niyamas are the boundaries for the energy we enact into the world and for the energy that we permit ourselves to absorb. They are how we walk the path. The purpose of life is to learn our lessons. The purpose of suffering is to remember that this too is not us. So from being to becoming is yoga, and namaste, happy International Yoga Day.
Lovely presentation, Apurvaji.
Thank you.
It really puts together theory into practice with practical applications throughout. Anukulji, did you have a question or a comment for us?
In fact, I have a comment over that. Let me put it like this. Apurvaji has made a presentation, which I God knows how many years I spent trying to understand it, but put it all together in about 10 to 15 minutes is amazing amount of work. And I can assure you that each slide would normally take about a year to understand it properly. And not when I say understanding means it's also imbibing and enacting it and really working in the right direction. And that is why I keep on talking of when it comes to samskaras, one of the most important issues is how to discipline yourself and stay within the disciplined environment. And that's why I'm so much into traditional concept of Gurukulam education, because you have to have the boundaries to stay within the particular lifestyle. And then all the things will fall in place one after the other. So at one end, the guru doesn't tell you that you have to do it. You just follow that particular dictate within the system. stay within the system, and then try to live ethically, and then have a freedom to try out things here and there and realize that things have gone wrong. Let me go back to the normal track again. But a total indisciplined life is also not a very good way of learning, because it takes long time to learn and you suffer a lot in the process. And I understand that gurus used to do exactly that. It's all right if you don't want to follow this, or try to follow a way that you think would be right. And ultimately you would get the pain later on. And then you realize, oh, I wished I had followed that. But unfortunately, it comes up much later. And I was discussing this issue with one of the other gurus before. And he says, if the person doesn't want to come, there may be something to do with the karmic results. And that may be taking him into that direction. But the person will come back. Do not get agitated. Do not get upset. It'll all be fine. So another point is to when you're trying to get somebody on the line in the right direction. Being in the army man myself, what used to be was you can shout at any person, you can yell at any person, but at the end of it, you're internally not disturbed. You're doing it just because you have to do that little bit of task. So, Apurvaji's, your presentation was fantastic, but I must confess that each slide I really have to elaborate quite a lot, because I have gone in through all this, but it's a lots of work to be done. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
And thank you for your comments as well, Ankurji. Acharyaji, I pass the floor over to you.
So I really like Apurva, your presentation, and it was so amazing to hear beautiful speakers like you. And especially, I would like to appreciate when you mentioned the Chitta Prasadana. So it is very, very important. And Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upekshanam, Sukha, Dukha, Punya, Punya, Vishanayam, Bhavantaha, Chitta Prasadanam. So I really appreciate this thing. And I believe the mind becomes serene by cultivating friendliness towards the unhappy, Maitri, and compassion towards those who suffer, and joy towards the virtuous and successful, Mudita, and equanimity towards negativity and wrongdoing. So Patanjali gives a very practical formula for this mental well-being, and thank you so much for bringing this. And instead of trying to control the mind directly, cultivate 4 attitudes. Be friendly when you see happiness around. People are not familiar with this thing. Usually, in our because of our conditioning, we are bound to feel jealous. So we have to see the happiness around, and when we see suffering, is it possible to experience compassion? So be compassionate, and I believe celebrating the success of others rather than becoming jealous. Because what we give, what we receive. This is the law of nature, and maintain inner balance when faced with negativity. So Chitta Prasadana is a beautiful concept, and I believe people should learn this. People should apply this in our everyday life. And mindfulness is not merely a technique of attention. It is a way of relating to life. And when friendliness, compassion, appreciative joy, and equanimity become our natural responses, the mind settles into its original state of peace, Satchitanand, which I call. So thank you so much.
You, Acharya ji. Absolutely everything that you said, I completely agree with. I think you made the point much more beautifully than I did. I felt always that, especially as Rama ji says as well, that they don't even leave in Hatha Yoga the yamas and niyamas. They give it for the intermediate practitioners, because sometimes people can become too obsessed with this idea of, oh, I have to be good, I have to not tell lies, I have to, and then it takes them from the energy of sattva to actually tamas, because then they're anxious and more speed in the mind instead of the mind getting calm. So as you said, those 4 attitudes are better, and then and Swatmarama says to focus on pranayama at first instead. And I think that's exactly what you said is so right, because having these attitudes is more important than getting too focused on rules.
So true, so true.
I have one question to ask you. I have just one question to ask Apurvaji. You have been through a very tough time in your medical history. And as a treating surgeon and a doctor like you, I often can understand where the things have gone wrong in the system. I know I can understand the medical aspects of it. Who would you give the maximum credit in your healing process? And how do you think I would be able to implement it within my own systems? It's a difficult question. I
So
know it's a systems
no,
related.
that's actually a great question. I would say there are two reasons that my healing outcome was as good as it is. One is definitely my husband. He's the only reason I have all of my toes. He made sure that, he was changing my bandages 3 times a day, putting povidone, making sure that the necrosis fell out without spreading, all of that. So he is there and he took me to, physical therapy constantly, and he didn't make me feel guilty for being unable to do anything. I think that is the main thing that I was in a good, the main thing is that my mental state was good. I didn't have any worries. I was not at all worried. The only thing I had was a lot of pain, but the pain is actually what taught me how to do yoga, because I didn't want to take drugs, and they were giving me like tramadol, and the tramadol didn't even really help very much. And I didn't want to take opiates, and I didn't want to become addicted. So I would just focus. I just started noticing things, and I noticed, the pain would be worse at night. And because I had ischemia for 4 hours, I didn't have any oxygen to my right leg. For whatever reason, I also didn't have sensation in my left like foot, even though there was no like physical damage there, just maybe from mirroring. But I had no sensation from my right knee downward on on this leg. So when my nerves were coming back, it was really painful. And I would notice that I was anticipating the pain, and anticipating the pain made it a lot worse. And so I started basically doing behavioral therapy on myself. And I was just noticing it, and I just started slicing the time into as thin of slices as possible, and focusing on the space between. And so that's basically how I taught myself meditation from pain. And so I would actually say that, and seeing it with gratitude, I was not at all about what would happen if I would walk, or if I would lose my leg, or whatever. I was just living in the moment. I was like, if I live, I live. If I die, I die. I can't control it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about what I made a conscious choice not to worry about what I couldn't control. That's basically, and being grateful for whenever something good did happen, being super grateful for that, and also trying to constantly find positive things in everything. Having dark humor, all these things helped, I think.
What would you advise the doctor then at that given time, that how you would like to be seeing your past? How would you advise the doctor?
I would say that the main thing is to keep a patient in good spirits, because if whatever a person believes is really what's going to happen. I mean, as Riddhi ji and I learn in the Yoga Masters program, the mind is the biggest healer. And really, what we're trying to do in yoga therapy is to just bring a person to that state of Sachitananda, because when you're in your Vijnanamaya Kosha and you're aligned with that cosmic buddhi, that cosmic intelligence, your body naturally, its natural propensity is to heal. And so if you're allowing the mind to get out of the way and to stop taking up the resources that the body could use to heal, and I think that's the body really does want to heal. I mean, I was in as bad of a position as one could be, but the natural tendency of to heal, as long as the mind doesn't have opinions about it. I used to get injured a lot. I couldn't feel my feet, so I would hit my foot, and then I'd be like, darn, now I can't walk again, and now I'm like bedridden again. And instead of getting negative and being upset, I mean, I would sometimes be upset about it. I'm not like an enlightened saint or anything. I would sometimes get upset about it, but then I realized getting upset about it isn't helping. It's not going to prevent me from injuring myself again. And it's just making the experience of being injured worse. So I'm just not going to worry about it. And also, I had the luxury of, not worrying about things because I had somebody to take care of me and give me, support system and make sure that, I got to therapy, the resources, all that. So basically, people being connected to resources and not having worries is the best way for people to heal. But in the American medical system, that's very difficult for people not to have worries.
Apology, I think you've summed it up so well. Sometimes it actually takes personal pain to then be an advocate for other people that are going through pain themselves and how they can actually shift themselves into sattva and get better and be on that healing journey. And a testament to you, like you've been through so much. I've seen the progress that you've made throughout the whole Vayu course and just how far you've come. And now for you simply to be able to deliver this information for other people that may well be going through something similar, may well be going through something of pain to them, personally journaling. This personal journey will actually show them where they should be journaling and where they should actually be doing things slightly differently. And I think it's a testament to you because you've had so many times where your old identity has been lost, your old identity has passed. And then we've seen a rekindling of your energy, and we've seen this rising of the phoenix into being such a powerful, incredible woman that you are today. And it's just going to get stronger and stronger. I am so excited to see where this path takes you. And I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for coming on today and actually sharing that, because I'm sure you've inspired so many people globally.
Thank you, Vidiji.
Thank
I
you.
don't know what to say. I really appreciate you.
Sending you lots and lots of love and lots of healing on your journey.
Thank you, you too.
And that brings us on nicely to flying from America to Greece and now over to Spain, where we are joined by Lalita Ji, who is going to be telling us a little bit more about her journey first, please, if you may, and then going into a yoga nidra and taking us through a very powerful experience. But Lalita Ji, tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us a little bit more about.
First of all, do you hear me? It's okay? Yeah?
We can hear you, yes.
It's okay. Okay. So first of all, I'm really delighted to participate to that beautiful event, the International Day of Yoga with Healing Our Earth. Unfortunately, Swami Rameshwarananda Giri is not available today, as he has to participate to another event in France. So he's very sorry. My name is Lalita. I live in the ashram of Swami Rameshwarananda Giri in Spain. I'm a yoga teacher, and today, instead of talking about Yoga Nidra, I would like to give you the experience and to experience a Yoga Nidra session. So maybe we can start with the Yoga Nidra.
That's wonderful. Yes, and then we'll come back for Q&A after. Please go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I don't know if all the participants, if they can lay down on the floor if you have a yoga mat, or you can also do it seated. It's okay also, no problem. So first of all, maybe you can, those who has a yoga mat, they can lay down on the floor, arms by your side, relax your whole body. If you are sitting on an armchair or sofa, keep your face really relaxed and close your eyes. And try not to move. Make sure you are comfortably settled. Feel free to adjust your neck, your head. You must remain completely still throughout the whole Yoga Nidra session. Become aware of the soundscape, starting with the sound further away, without trying to analyze them. Then listen to the sound closest to you. Listen to all the sounds at the same time, both the closest and the furthest away. Now you're going to choose a sankalpa, a positive resolution that you will repeat 3 times in a row in your mind. The sankalpa concerns you directly. Take the time to formulate your positive resolution, then repeat it 3 times in a row in your mind. Bring now your attention to the thumb of your right hand, the second finger, third, fourth, fifth, the palm of your hand, your whole right hand. Focus your attention on the thumb of your left hand, second finger, third, fourth, fifth, the palm, the whole left hand. Feel both hands at the same time completely relax, the same sense of relaxation in both hands. Focus your attention on your face. Feel your forehead, your right eyebrow, your left eyebrow, the space between your eyebrows, your right cheek, your left cheek, your entire nose, upper lip, lower lip, your chin. Feel all parts of your face at the same time. Focus your attention on the joints of your right foot, the toes, the inside of your right foot, the heel. Focus your attention on the joints of your left foot, the toes, the inside of the foot, the left heel. Feel the inside of your left foot and the inside of your right foot at the same time. Move on to your right ankle. Relax your right ankle, your left ankle. Apply the same relaxation to your right ankle and your left ankle. Focus your attention on your right knee, relax it. Focus your attention on your left knee, relax it. Focus your attention on both knees at the same time. Feel the right hip joint, the left hip joint. Feel both hips at the same time. Feel your right shoulder blade, your left shoulder blade, both shoulder blades. Your right shoulders, your left shoulder, both shoulders at the same time. Your right elbow, your left elbow, both elbows. Your right wrist, your left wrist, both wrists. The entire palm of your right hand, the joints of your right hand. The entire palm of your left hand, all the joints of your left hand. All the joints of both hands at the same time. Now relax your jaw completely. All the joints in your skull, the teeny joints between the bones of your skull. Feel all the joints, all the bony junction in your body. Perfectly relax. Feel the lower spine, the coccyx, the sacrum, then the lumbar spine. A little higher up, the thoracic spine, and then the cervical spine. Feel the entire spine, the entire spine. Focus your attention now on the space between your eyebrows. Really feel this area physically. Imagine there is a small opening between your eyebrows through which your breath flows. As you inhale, the breath enters through this opening between your eyebrows. As you exhale, the breath leaves. Follow the movement of the air as it enters and leaves through this sponge. Breath naturally without trying to control your breath. No control at all. You're going to count your breath in your head from 54 down to 0, starting with 54. As you breathe in, the air enters through the space between your eyebrows. Count 54. As you breathe out, the air leaves. Count 54. Then on the next inhale, count 53, exhale 53, 52, 52, etc. and so on down to 0. You must count with every breath. Stay focused. Do not lose count. If you do so, start again from 54. Do not fall asleep. Stay fully alert to your counting and your breathing. Do not fall asleep. Then stop counting. Recall a moment, a personal or professional situation, where things did not turn out as you thought they would or as you wished. This generated a great deal of tension, tightness, and an intense stress within you. Immerse yourself in this tension. Feel it physically throughout your whole body, in your muscles, in your face, your chest, your stomach, and your head. Your mind is tense. This state of tension occupies your entire mind and all your mental faculties. You are becoming increasingly tense. Now relive the same situation where things did not turn out as you expected, but this time experience it with a sense of perspective, with a certain letting go, with confidence in life that things will eventually work out, that you will find a solution, that it is not that serious, that it is not worth getting upset or worrying about. Feel this letting go physically, in your body, in your stomach, your chest, your head. Observe your mental state. Shift back into tension. You are becoming increasingly tense. Return to letting go, a letting go that is anchored throughout your whole body. Feel the tension again, a tension that grows deeper and deeper. Once again, let go. Tension again. Then return to let it go, a letting go that grows even deeper. You're going to visualize now the images I'm going to propose you. Be careful. This will go quite quickly. Stay focused. Don't fall asleep. Sand dunes stretching as far as the eye can see. A tennis racket. An unlit candle. A hearty meal. The sound of a crystal ball. A purring cat. A fit of endless laughter. A botched haircut. Chamber music. An antique piece of jewelry you cherish. A leaking water bottle. A birthday cake. You balancing on one foot. A white marble column. A herd of goats on a mountain pass. A poorly ventilated room. An Egyptian pyramid. An empty backpack. A pot of yogurt. Salt marshes stretching as far as the eye can see. A swallow's nest. A sunset over the sea. Your bare feet on a carpet of freshly cut grass. A black and white film. A basket of summer fruit. A fear that fades away. Footsteps on a quiet street. The trail of a plane in the sky. A body relaxed after a hammam. Personal satisfaction. An eagle soaring in the sky. The 2 pounds of a set of scales. A wheat field rippling in the wind. Your first gesture upon waking. A serene mind. A teeny twinkling star in the dark night. One summer evening, after a hammam bath, your body is completely relaxed. You lie down on the beach to watch the sunset over the sea. The temperature is pleasant, and a gentle breeze caresses your face. In the distance, you hear the sound of a crystal ball. Your mind is at peace. You close your eyes and visualize a teeny point of light far away in space before your closed eyes. Concentrate fully and see this teeny point of light far away in space before your closed eyes, at the edge of the cosmos. Stay focused on this teeny star far away before your closed eyes. Let go of the visualization and observe your state. Simply be an observer of your state. Then Sankalpa, repeat again your Sankalpa 3 times in a row in your mind. Then check in with your state. While maintaining your state, become aware of your breath again. Feel your breath moving through your body. Then bring this state into your head, then into your chest, then into your stomach. Take a good sense of your body. Feel your 2 arms, your 2 legs, your upper body, your chest, your stomach, your head. Maintain this state throughout your whole body. Without altering your state, become aware again of your surroundings, the sounds around you, the place where you are and what you are doing there. Then begin to move gently as you wish, stretch if you want. Prepare to come out of Yoga Nidra. Please try to maintain this state throughout the day. Only open your eyes at the very last moment when you are fully awake. Yoga Nidra is over. That's it.
Wow, what an incredible experience, Lethargy. It's just one of going through the parasympathetic and the sympathetic dominance at the same time to experience the shift in HRV heart rate variability and getting one even more relaxed and even more peaceful and even more tranquil. I think it's an experience that is awakening for a lot of people to be able to make those shifts simultaneously, one after the other. Anukulji, being a surgeon yourself, what is your feedback?
I think it's an excellent way that we've been able to experience what it feels to be able to get connected to various tissues, various organs of your body. That's number one. And to be alive with it. I think it's very central to our entire recovery process. And of course, you connect yourself to the whole universe at the same time. But that's connectivity is very, very central to what you have just explained to us. And I think thank you very much, Lalita ji, for a very good experience. I wish I can practice this very often.
Thank you very much for your invitation. And talk to you soon. And all the best for that beautiful day. Thank you so much for your invitation.
Lalita, muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Muchas gracias y hasta pronto. Tiene que venir acá en España a visitarnos.
Habla español muy poquito.
Adiós.
But please give regards to Swami Rameshwarananda because he's a regular part of us, and Swami as well, and all of you. It's wonderful, nice, and we will communicate.
You have to come and visit us in Spain. Please come. Come.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're the most invited. Please come.
And some of the team are planning something for next year, and they will be in touch with you. So once again, thank you very much. It was wonderful.
Thank
and
you.
we still move on because we got many other contributors have over. So adios and buenas noches.
Adios. Bye-bye.
Adios.
So really, for next 15 minutes is Trupti's turn. So a quick introduction and we can get on, and then we go to Nidhi and then Dr. Seema. Over to you, Nidhi. Thank you.
Fantastic. So Trupti Patelji, head of Hindu Forum of Britain, is also served as a PYPT, Yoga Teachers Coordinator for the UK for the last 3 years. Sorry, no, from 2006 to 2009. And she has set up her whole system and drafted teachers' training manuals. And she has also written articles in health magazines and done numerous training sessions for young and elderly, including Nitya Yoga, Chair Yoga, and other forms of yoga. A global namaste to you, Trupti ji. Welcome, and a happy International Yoga Day to you.
Namaste. Happy International Yoga Day. I was listening earlier on as well to your professor from one of the university. So first thing that comes to my mind, I know that there was numbers of topics to choose from when you want to talk about yoga. And to talk about rules and regulations, to talk about yam, niyam and all that, I want to explore a different side of it, that why the certain things are there, not going into Rajasi, Tamasi or any sattvic way of living or anything. But before even I start, I want to sort of like raise one issue. When I was growing up, when I was learning, my teacher was Sri B.K.S. Iyengar's Guru Bhai, and he used to come to Vidyanagar to teach us for 4 months course. So you imagine waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning, finishing up at about 7, then going to school and going to uni and then coming back. So my yoga teacher certificate came when I was about 16, 17. And it's amazing energy that you collect from the yoga training. But what amazes me is that our language, our matrubhasha, our mother tongue, matrubhasha. So in Sanskrit, so it is pronounced as Sanskrit and not anglicized version of Sanskrit. And similarly, yoga, I didn't know that it is called yoga until like 30 years ago or something, because in the initial time as well, it was called yoga pranayam, not pranayama. So when you say yoga, the language that the Asiatic Society started in 1863 or 1883, when they actually went through the Madras presidency and they looked at all the full language, the full alphabets, full pronunciations, how do we pronounce ta, the, na, pa, fa, ba, ma, and then they wrote something. And because they could not translate the full language, our Upanishads and our scriptures, the anglicized version started coming out, and therefore we call yoga and not yoga, because we don't call Birmingham, do we? We don't say Londona, we say London. So similarly, we should all start practicing as yoga, because the way we speak and the way our every word is pronounced, we know that the mantra therapy is quite amazing in the sense of when we do bhakti yoga. Okay, right. So when we come back to coming into our how do we like aspirant, what do they should be doing? They should be learning from, when they start learning yoga, they should learn from various teachers. If possible, they should young minds should be taught Bharatanatyam, they should be taught folk dances, they should be taught the music, because doing yoga practice, learning yoga without learning music, dance, everything else, it doesn't like fully become a holistic approach to learning yoga. Now, when we look at the yama, so what is yama? It's the moral commandments. Yeah, like we have the commandments in all dharma. So in Sanatan Dharma, these moral commandments is for the goodness of the society. And we all learn from Ramayana, we all learn from Mahabharata, the life lessons. Yeah. And those life lessons, if you look at in the yama, those commandments teaches us to be pious, teaches us to be person who can differentiate and distinguish between good and bad, between right and wrong. And we stand, don't think that love is the only sort of like a word that we learn from Krishna Bhagavan. No, we have to stand up for our rights as well. So the Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the perfect manual for holistic life and whole life, living, learning, everything. And at this moment, something comes to my mind is that we all have been brought up with a bhajan called Vaishnava Janito Tenere Kahiye Je Peed Parai Jane Re Par Dukhe Upkar Kare Toya Mana Bhimanan Aane Re. So what it means is the person who is Vaishnava, the one who helps everyone, but never thinks that I have done that. Never take the credit. Now, what does it teach us from this yam and niyama? So we come to niyama as well, that you do your work, but do not expect the fruits of your labor. And when you do that, automatically you are actually doing the fourth step or the fifth step. So the third one will be asana. Now asana, or now in anglicized version asana. So when you do asana, the postures, okay. Now let me just share something with you. In 2020, I was doing the Kati Chakrasana, and doing Kati Chakrasana, and then I just screamed. Now I knew I was trying to break the stones in my gallbladder, and I wanted them to be removed naturally rather than going through the operations and all that palawa. Now, something that happened, and I don't know what happened at that point. So in the morning, my normal yoga practice, and you can see some of my Facebook pages that I have uploaded some pictures. I don't upload everything, but sometimes I do. So sitting in the Kati Chakrasana, and when I actually did that, something twisted, and you won't believe it, that I had a burst appendix. And doing that posture and staying in there for 2 minutes that is prescribed by BKS Iyengar, it actually sealed. And whatever the tube came out and tumor started, and there's the whole palawa, I had big operations and everything afterwards. But you imagine that if I was not in that position, not doing that asana, it could have been a lot worse, and I could have been a lot worse situation. So yoga always helps. Okay, so when we do postures as well, say that if you are in a particular position and particular asana, and if you got eye problems, if you got a problem with your maculas, and if you got a problem, some of the eye problems, then like do not go into certain postures. So it is very important to understand from your guruma, what are the asanas you should be doing and you should not be doing. Yeah, there are people how to, if you got a high BP or if you got another medical problems, always consult your yoga guru and your doctors as well, so you can combine that knowledge to improve and do the correct asanas. Yeah, now when we come to pranayam is the life force. Now, how do you ensure that you breathe correctly? In the morning when you wake up, 95% of people only breathe from one nostril, and only 5% consciously breathe from both. Now, when you train yourself for doing pranayam, so when you're doing that and you train yourself, so when you wake up in the morning, you breathe from both nostrils. And what happens is that it makes your system very effective. And whatever is residue in your lungs is minimized. So it's very, very important. But with breath control, with pranayam, there is amazing amount of energy that flows into your system. Now, the Acharya ji mentioned chakra meditation and dhyan and other things. Now, when you think about the pranayam and how pranayam actually exercises, if you're doing Bhastrika pranayam, and how it gives exercise to all your organs, is very important as well. But again, for those who wish to do Bhastrika pranayam, I don't practice that for certain reasons. People have to make sure that what are the restrictions. Why should you do this asana and why should you not do that asana? See, if you do Sirsasana is the Ramban dawa for so many of the problems. But if you got problem with the your glaucoma or what would be the eye, certain eye conditions, particularly at over 50s, over 60s for us, then you have to be extremely careful that should you do, and I have stopped doing Sirsasana for some time, and the plow posture, the halasana. So coming back to then, when you do pranayam, you would develop many a times if you actually learn to do the inhale, purak, exhale, then you can have like kumbhak. When you start going back again, doing purak, then do the inhale, purak. Now, if you do the sequence of 4, 16, 8, or 8, 32, whichever way you do it, if you are expert in holding your breath for 5 minutes, that's amazing. But again, caution, don't do anything without properly learning and without proper supervision, because pranayam is an amazing sastra, the weapon, I would say, for taming your mind, going into your pratihara or going into dhyan and the samadhi state. Yeah. So when you do pranayam, you will develop many people who are doing certain postures, and when you do pranayam, you will develop a system. You will have premonitions. You will, in your dream system, like if you are going through the Mandukya Upanishad and how the Yoga Nindra, that the lady before gave experience to everybody. So when you're going through that shlok in the Mandukya Upanishad, and when you are in Yoga Nindra, if you're doing that kind of pranayam, then you will experience amazing things on what's even coming. And what you have to learn from it is not to get pratihara, not to get affected by it. That is extremely important. You imagine that if you're a public figure and people are throwing stones at you all the time, or people are questioning you all the time, you just smile, that you go into dhyana, you go into meditation, and you tell yourself that people will throw stones. They have got this habit of doing it because that is their level. It is not your level. So this is what you will achieve when you come to pratyahara. Then when you come to dharana is what just it was mentioned that what Guru taught Arjun to look into the one eye of the fish and do his arrow and pierce it. That is dharana. Dharana could be for anything you want to achieve. So if you today decide that, oh, I want to raise 200 girls, their educations in Africa or India or anywhere else, and I want to do the fundraising for it, do the dharana and you will do it, because you are not asking for yourself. Yeah, you are asking to improve the life of others. And dharana concentration is again sort of that kind of a power that you get to help others. Now, when we come to dhyana stage, like it was mentioned before, the dhyana stage is like your brain, you have defragged it. Now, I also advise everyone that if you are kind of person, start defragging your brain systematically, like we defrag our computer. Yeah, like we learned to write in Fortran language and then the basic language and whatever is happening now in the computer world. Get yourself defragged from so many small things, so many small attitude problem of people. Someone said something to you. Get rid of it. You don't need it. Go into the dhyan and say, I only want to keep the important events and important things in my life. I don't want to keep all other rubbish. And for dhyana, let me tell you that it was mentioned before, your mind goes into the shunya state. So what is shunya? Shunya is something zero. Now it is totally wrong of the Western world to say that, oh, someone is hero and someone is zero. Shunya, zero is something, the state where we all come from. Our universe is in shunya. You add something to shunya is shunya. You subtract shunya from something from shunya is shunya. If you multiply, is that number. And then when you multiply something with shunya, that number becomes shunya. And similarly, you divide. So our whole world, the universe, comes from that shunya, the zero. And dhyana is that state that you don't want to think of anything else in your mind. And if you then want to travel on the Akash Ganga, if you want to travel anywhere you want to, you must have all learned about what Dalai Lama used to do, not the present Dalai Lama, but the one in the 18th century. And you could actually travel. Your mind can travel to the places you want to travel. But that's, again, another science. That science is. Everything is science. So the whole Sanatan Dharma, everything we do is all scientific. Yeah. And then we come into Samadhi. When you come into Samadhi state, that is the state, ultimate state. And when we go to Pondicherry and you see the Samadhi of Sri Aurobindo, it just gives you that whole approach of the life that he gave, his example, the way he lived his life, the way he taught us, what he gave us from physical education, from asana, from giving daily dozen to the men and women, to the full 32 postures, asanas that I normally practice. And it's the meditation side as well. How you do dharana by having the your Lalan, your Balkrishna, your Thakurji, your Satyananda Swami, whoever is your Ishtadev. You can do a lamp, light a lamp, and you can do your dharana there, or you can just visualize that lamp. But please never ever visualize that the lamp is in your heart, please, because that generates so much energy, and that is not very good for you. So we then come to samadhi. So we've done the samadhi, yeah. So it's so important that we have to understand this, that what are these yam, niyam, what are the asana. It's not something that, oh, you have to be good and now I have to follow it because he says that, because it's sattvic too. It's not that. Yeah. Okay. So I'll finish at this point. Namaste.
Lovely, Truptiji. That's such a enlightening discussion there on Ashtanga Yoga and just the steps that are actually involved in such a simplified way. Acharya-ji, any comments? Oh, Anupul-ji, any comments?
Yes, I think it was very well described to take into account all that Truptiji has explained. To bring it to our normal day-to-day use is quite a bit of an effort. But I think that some of the examples that she gave in terms of what she had experienced in her abdomen and the lower abdomen is something very, very interesting. And how the yoga can actually influence your recovery is very important. It has been very well described by Sri Aurobindo.
Yeah.
At the same time, one of the biggest advice that I would like to give is you always require the right teacher to teach them, because it is very well described in our shastras that unless you're well educated and you're fully knowledgeable about your things and you've experienced what it is, then only you should try to teach somebody.
Absolutely.
And unless you have the real knowledge and experience, you should not try to teach anybody. That's why I always restrain myself now in two ways. First of all, do I know the science behind it? The science, as far as our system is concerned, it is experiential. And it's not something very, very simple. It's not something which is statistically calculated. It is experiential. And that experience is an essential part of science, which is very persistent, consistent with our system. At the same time, you should be very good at it. Therefore, I very strongly suggest that we should follow the right acharyas, the right yoga masters to do the teaching. Absolutely. And not take it casually.
Yeah, Anupulji, let me just mention one thing. So when we teach Bharatanatyam, I've stopped teaching it now. Yeah, nearly 8 years now. We folded the school, but when we did that, the important thing was that when you do the stretching, when you start the class, we'll teach them Surya Namaskar. Yeah, always starting from Tadasana and then do the Surya Namaskar. And I've just put a post in few days ago about how I have revised for my condition, that Surya Namaskar. Yeah, but when we finished teaching the whole class for 2 hours class of Bharatanatyam, including teaching them kirtanams, when we finish it, like I say to you, we get them into the closing down sessions. And the way I used to do that was, like, again, going back into getting them into the closing down, into sitting down. Yeah. Then teaching them doing 3 Oms and 3 Gayatri mantras, and then getting them lying down and into Yoga Nindra. And now when I'll share the article some other time. I've still got that page. But when you do that, and then as teachers, we would shut the doors of the hall, and as all me and my other subordinate teachers as well, we would all go into that same situation as well. And then you wake up after 5 minutes, and children always thought that they were so energized by it as well. After doing 2 hours yoga session, dance session.
That's true.
Amazing. Yeah. It's very important. All our children, young families, they must all learn. I think it's very important that they learn our yoga and everything else. So important.
I totally agree, Truptiji. It's so important that people actually have those sanskars and to be able to follow the yamas and the niyamas and to be able to have that as a part of everyday life. And it's going to be amazing to actually have yoga as a way of life, but also off the mats in every moment of life.
Yeah. And I think, like I said to you, that everybody, when they're starting their learning, they have to follow different teachers. Yeah. And if you look at it, so for me, because I have learned from the Guru Bhai of Sri B.K. Iyengar in earlier in my life. Yeah. And that was amazing practical and sort of like that experience. But also, like, from very young age, learning from Sri Aurobindo Center, how to do meditation and all that is again very, very helpful as well. Now, if you get a chance, go to Asia Foundation, go to Art of Living, go to Pondicherry, and go into the Matru Mandir. Even if you are learned, like Anukulji said, life is always about learning something. Yeah, and in pratihara, you always think that someone is more cleverer than you. Someone has got something they know that you don't know. Never think that someone is below you. See what Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. The person who treats elephant, a dog, and someone who's cleaner equally is the one who is dear to me. And this is what you learn from following all 8 limbs. And not only that, if you think about it, out of what let me just go quickly. Let me just go quickly. What BKS Iyengar also says about that, part of it is that you have the people who have vyadhi, means worries, yeah. Then they have the samasya, means problems. Then they have pramad, means the indifference. Then they have alas, means laziness, yeah. And then bhranti. Now bhranti means illusion. And if you are at certain stage of your life, and we talk about Maya, and that's all different thing, yeah. The whole world is illusion, and that's a different topic. But the people who have sometimes people have like a Bhranti illusion, is that, oh, such and such is my friend, oh, such and such said something to me, so he's my enemy now, I'm not going to talk to him or her, yeah. All those Bhranti. So when you start doing the dhyana, that is the stage you learn to differentiate all these various things, and then it goes on. So yeah.
Thank you, Trupti. We'll take a quick comment from Acharya Sri Shivam, then we need to play on to Nidhi, who is here.
Hello, Nidhi.
Your very quick comment, please.
Namaste.
Acharya Shivam, your comment, please.
Yes. So thank you so much, Trupti Patel. Your sharing reflects the depth of classical yogic understanding, where you mentioned where even language carries precision and vibration. So when you mention yoga rather than yoga, pranayama rather than pranayama, so this kind of sensitivity to tradition is something we also see in the Iyengar school under BKS Iyengar ji, where alignment, discipline, and purity of practice are given deep importance. So beautifully expressed, and thank you so much for bringing this insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. G. Yes, do your duty. Don't focus on the power, don't focus on the outcomes, but do your duty diligently and consciously, and you will get to your goal. Global Namaste, Nidhi. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Nidhi is a yoga therapist and practitioner. She is also master's qualified in yoga, has a diploma in nutrition and health education. She is a yoga prashikshika, member of the Indian Yoga Association, IYA. And it's important because she's also done lots of work with different ailments, both online and offline, both globally and specifically to Bharat, and now she's come to the UK very recently. Nidhi, Global Namaste, welcome. Please introduce your session on pranayama, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Riddhi. Okay, so let me start. Today is International Yoga Day. So today in India, at Kolkata, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared yoga the world's largest community celebration and described it as not just physical exercise, but an expression of human spirit that connects all people globally. Warm greetings to everyone joining from around the world. Let me share my screen to start the session. Riddhi, my screen is visible?
It's correct.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Pranayama. So my topic is pranayama. Pranayama is the art of expanding and refining your breath. Pranayama comes from two Sanskrit words, prana and ayama. Prana, life force, vital energy, and ayama is expansion. So pranayama means expanding your life energy through the breath. There are different types of pranayama techniques, but I have there are like Sukha pranayama and Anulom Vilom, Bhastrika, many more. But I have chosen two simple and very effective pranayama, that is Sukha pranayama and Anulom Vilom. Sukha pranayama is like easy and comfortable, easy breathing, and it's a simple deep breathing practice which will help calm the nervous system immediately. So we will start with Sukha pranayama. So without any much I don't want to explain or about much about this pranayama. I want you to experience and we can discuss on this later on. So for this Sukha pranayama, I want you to sit comfortably on the mat. You can take you can sit on the chair, sit cross-legged on the mat, whichever is comfortable for you. Make sure to keep your spine erect. So when you keep your spine erect, your lungs get a proper expansion and the breathing is to maximum. So for doing this pranayama, we will be adopting Chin Mudra. As I have shown my picture on the slide, tip of the thumb touching to the tip of the index finger, then other three finger remains open. You can place your left hand on your left thigh. Now right hand palm placing on your abdomen. Yes. Now, as you feel comfortable, gently eyes closed. So in this pranayama, we will be breathing in for 4 counts and breathing out for 4 counts. Be at your natural state of your mind. Now let's begin the practice. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. This completes round 1. We will do more 8 rounds of this. Round 2. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Round 3. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Round 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Round 5. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Round 6. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Round 7. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last round, round 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gently relax your hands on your thighs. And try to observe your breath from inside. Feel the stillness and slowness of your mind. Sukha Pranayama, the balanced breath. This practice will help you connect your mind and body. This practice will help you understand your breathing pattern. Observe your breath and be present with yourself. Do not get distracted. Very gently, once you are prepared and ready, blink your eyes and open. This was a Sukha Pranayama which is suitable for all ages and levels. Now we will be moving to Anulom Vilom, alternate nostril breathing. Let me start. This alternate nostril breathing, this is also a very safe practice. But if you have any heart issue or any other ailment, please discuss with the practitioner, discuss with your instructor before starting. If it is done slowly, then it is very effective. Let's begin. For doing Anulom Vilom, we have to follow two mudras. First is Chin Mudra. Tip of the thumb and index finger together and other three fingers remain open. As you can see in the slide, I have shown my picture for the correct posture and placed your left hand on your left thigh. And with your right hand, you have to adopt Nasika Mudra. Thumb remains open. First two fingers, the tip of the fingers move closer to your palms and other two fingers remain open. Now place this mudra on your nostrils. With your right thumb, we will close our right nostril and with the other two finger will help you close your left nostril. So first we will start, I'll show the demo, then we will do it together again. Close your right nostril with your thumb. Inhale through your left nostril. Close your left nostril with your ring finger and little finger. Remove your thumb and completely exhale through your right nostril. Now inhale from your right. Close your right nostril with your thumb. Remove your finger and exhale through your left. So this completes one round of Anulom Vilom. We will be doing 8 rounds of Anulom Vilom with my instructions. So let's begin. Adopting Chin Mudra and Nasika Mudra. Place your right thumb on your right nostril. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril with your ring finger and little finger. Remove your thumb and completely exhale. Again, inhale through your right. Close your right nostril, remove your finger, exhale through your left. Continue your practice. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril, remove your thumb, exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril using your thumb. Remove your finger and exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril. Remove your thumb. Exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril. Exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril. Exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril. Exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril. Exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril. Exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril. Exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril. Exhale through your left. Last round. Inhale through your left. Close your left nostril. Exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Close your right nostril. Exhale through your left. Gently relax your hands down on your thighs and maintain your eyes closed. And try to feel your both the nostrils. Try to breathe in through your both the nostrils. Feel the cool air entering your nostril and warm air coming out. With this beautiful state of mind, gently join your palms and rub your palms. Rub your palms until you feel warm. Now you can feel your palms are getting warm. Make a cup of your both the palms and place it on your eyes. Make sure your palms are not touching your eyes. Only feel the warmth of your palms. Let your eyes get relaxed. Slowly you will feel your palms are getting cooler. Very gently put the hands down on your thighs and blink your eyes and open. Thank you so much. I hope you all have enjoyed the practice and have done the session with me.
That was wonderful, Nidhi. If you could stop screen share, so we can have a quick couple of minutes comment before we move to the question. I love the Anulom Vilom, which is obviously very much required. Kapalbhati and Anulom Vilom, very simple to do.
Yes.
But very good for breathing exercise, which is good nowadays. Made very famous in 2006 by Swami Ramdev when it came to the usage. So that was beautiful. We are also going to have read your comments Anupul, a quick 30-second comment before we move to Dr. Seema.
Beautiful, Nithiji. It basically shows us the benefits of pranayama practice as well as the nari shodhana as well. That goes through how to balance both the Ida and Pigna naris and leads into the Shushumna nari perfectly. So thank you so much for a practical demonstration there as well as the benefits of pranayama. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. Anupul, a quick comment from you.
I think it is very well explained, first of all, how to perform it. Performing is very, very central to how to do it correctly is very, very important, both for autonomic for functioning activities. And number two, the effects have been very well documented in all kind of medical literature and things like that. So it is really worth continuing doing that. Thanks for showing us the right way of doing it. And of course, I have seen Acharya Shriji also doing it very well outside in his rooms. It's fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Acharya Sri, you have to comment, please, as well.
Yeah, so I would like to say, first of all, congratulations and thank you for coming, Divanka, for sharing your pranayama practice from London. So it's always inspiring to see the discipline of breathwork being practiced across the world. And there has been so many research. And actually, recently, I've written, Can Conscious Breathing Influence Stem Cells? What ancient yogis and modern science may be telling us. So I've shared it on LinkedIn as well. So I'll be sharing the link. And there have been so many researches on this topic. And in Shabad, if we go to Gurudwara, and I have worked closely to the Shabads, it says, Shwas Shwas Simra Govind Man Antar Ki Uttara Chind. It means when you are totally aligned with your breath, then automatically your mind becomes pure. So thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Thank you. With all my love and deepest gratitude. Namaste.
Thank you, Acharya, for your comment. Nidhi, wonderful session. Say hello to Sharon Rose before you go, so you make friends in America as well. Sharon is the senior host in Preston, Colorado, there in America. She is a prolific dancer, but a video and a producer and a filmmaker as well, which will tell us more. In 20 minutes, her guest will be coming after Dr. Seema Shah's session. A global namaste, Sharon, in USA, and how are you?
Hello, Sharon. Namaste.
Sharon, you need to unmute yourself. So, yes.
Global namaste, everyone. I'm in Boulder right now for the solstice, Boulder, Colorado, and my wonderful musicians are performing tonight here. So I came up and to see my friend. And yeah, I'm working hard. The movie is, things are things are developing, and it's very exciting. I've been meeting with lots of people. We're planning a worldwide network for these kinds of films and events and all of that. So it's a lot of work, but it's wonderful. And I'm happy to be here. I have some wonderful guests today.
Thank you, Sharon. And you can tell us a bit more about him in about 20 minutes. Vidhi, let's go to Dr. Seema Shah. She's now our resident contributor and in various episodes. Please introduce herself. And Dr. Seema, you got 18 minutes from there on. And before we move to USA, over to you, Vidhi.
Wonderful. A global namaste to Dr. Seema Shah. Dr. Seema Shah is a holistic professional whose passion for wellness stems from professional challenges, personal challenges, global exposure, and a relentless desire to empower others through the transformative power of nutrition, health coaching, mindset, yoga, meditation, and essential oils. And today, her topic is yoga for stress management. A global namaste, Dr. Seema Shah. Welcome here to Healing Our Earth. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Vidhi. Thank you, Neilji, and the rest of the Healing Our Earth community. Thank you for hosting this. It's helping many, many people. And thank you for all the contributors as well. So my journey to yoga, I actually feel that yoga found me. And I truly believe that the right people, situations come through when one is ready for that. And with that, I strongly believe that yoga is not something that we do on the mat. It is consciously living every moment of our life. So 10 years ago, I trained as a yoga instructor, and it came through my own health challenges. I had my son Then I went through a stage of postpartum depression. My son had multiple food allergies and other health challenges. And as a newborn, I was really stressed. And though I practiced yoga as a student, there was a time when I was doing a session at a local temple and they were doing a teacher's training soon. Somebody dropped out. And because I'd been going for a while, one of the instructors said, there is a space that has come up, though there was a long waiting list before that, it miraculously opened up and I embraced it with a reason that I want to train myself so I can lower my stress levels and help my son. But then that became my passion. So I started volunteering, teaching at various places, online and also in person. And I've done that since in the US, UK, globally, including leading yoga camps for kids as well, because I'm really passionate about how the future generation empower themselves with this ancient wisdom, especially when modern education is not all encompassing with these practices, which are mind, body, soul, and holistic. So yoga to me is all about being more. How can I be myself to embrace and give out more to others along the way? It's about living, purpose, but for the greater good of all. And even with yoga, so there's a lot that I've heard. I've heard most of the talks today, and the Patanjali Yoga Sutras and the 8 limbs, especially the Ashtanga yoga aspect, has been coming through in various talks. So what I'll do to keep the consistency is tie in the stress management with those as well. And one thing that Patanjali has described is yoga chitta vritti nirodha. In other words, it's calming those fluctuations in the mind. Our mind will go through cycles, but those fluctuations, so it's about equanimity, about not getting too excited or the other direction. So it's about how do we keep that equilibrium in our life by being calm. So because my journey to yoga started with my own stress levels, when I did my teacher's training, and again, I consciously chose a school that was teaching yoga in a very traditional way, because being a clinician, I wanted to combine the science with ancient wisdom and learn it in its natural root as much as possible. So I trained through the Vyasa School of Yoga, where the head office is in Bangalore, but I did my training in US. I was living there at that stage of my life. And what I discovered is that yoga isn't just about the mat, the blocks, and everything else. Yoga is much more than that. There's science, there's philosophy, and there's just so much wisdom. It's simply changed my life. And what is stress? So let's start with that. Stress in the olden days was about running away from threats. So it was sudden biological change for survival. But these days, stress has become something that is ingrained in a lot of cultures and societies, especially in the Western world, where people feel doing more is being more. But unfortunately, that becomes from acute stress, which is protective, to chronic stress, which causes a lot of different issues. Physical issues like increasing blood pressure, affecting our breathing rate, as well as for some people, the tension headaches or muscles which are tense. So there are lots of physical manifestations of stress, which is chronic, the modern day stress. And then we've got the mental and emotional aspect of stress. So anxiety is one spectrum, and then depression is the other side. And people being like overwhelmed. So all these are ways that stress precipitate from an emotional and mental place. And spiritually, not many people talk about spiritual aspects of stress, but I feel that when one can't live their life fully with joy, with purpose, then they're not living to their full vibrancy. And stress can block that as well. And I also do a lot of work with chakras. So as we see physical, mental, and then the spiritual aspect comes through as we go through the different chakras as well. So that's a little bit about stress. Now, how is stress linked to the Patanjali's 8 limbs of yoga? So basically, what we all want to aim for, the reason why we want to get rid of stress is we want a more peaceful and blissful life. That is our innate nature. It doesn't matter which direction we go, our goal is the same, our soul qualities of being peaceful, being happy, truly happy and blissful. So the first one of the Ashtanga Yoga, the yamas, that's our relationship to others around us. So how is our ethics with others implementing and reducing our stress in our life is what I'm going to talk about. So ahimsa, non-violence. When we come with a clear conscience for the highest good of all without harming, that's less stressful. Satya. So I'm going to go through them quickly because I know the time constraints, but I hope you get the message. Satya is truthfulness. Again, our true innate quality is about truth. And when we come from a place of truth, mind, body, soul, being authentic, that's less stressful in effect than being somebody or embodying somebody we're truly not. And I'd add one thing to this. It's our intentions behind actions that matter. So, no judgment, nothing, truth as it is. And then Asteya is non-stealing. So when we basically live with that, so these days you get a lot of different ways that people so-called steal. It's not just about physically taking things away, but there's a lot of, for example, digital things and a lot of things. But the greatest thing I've learned through my journey of yoga is when one steals their own peace and vitality by comparisons. When we are our own competition to be better rather than somebody else and comparing ourselves to others, we are adding vitality to our lives. So that's my version in the modern day of the stealing as well. Conserve your energy. And then brahmacharya, for most people in this modern day, accounts to moderation. That's if I had to sum it up in one word. It's about living our life with the boundaries in place. Those boundaries that are for our highest good and that of others. And that can be different things for different people, depending on what their aspirations, life goals, and purposes. Aparigraha, which is basically non-attachment. And one way I've learned that in my own life is basically, I was at my lowest point in my life when my son, who's got severe life-threatening allergies, was younger. And I was in a point in hospital where I didn't know whether I was going to walk home alone or without him. And I realized nothing in life matters because we are here with our own journey. And though, yes, we've got roles to play and we've got a purpose, ultimately, this journey is ours alone. And I've lived through different countries, through different continents, and I can say one thing I've learned is aparigraha from that. So much so that I enjoy the present moment, but I'm not as attached to things, items, people, places as much as I used to when I was, younger. And then let's go to the second limb, the niyama. So that's our relationship with ourselves. And these are things, when we cultivate, we can reduce our stress levels. So swachha, which is purity. And that's not just about purity of, for example, us nourishing ourselves with the best foods or like our personal cleanliness. It's also about our mindset. Are our thoughts pure and clear as well? It's mind, body, and soul. And then santosh, basically being content. Again, that comes with the aspect of gratitude. Are we grateful for having what we do? Be it cherished moments or the lessons that life is teaching us, because there's always some wisdom, even in those hardest moments. And what I've learned along the way is gratitude is powerful for contentment and reducing the stress levels. Now, top, to me, it's discipline. Why are we doing what we're doing? As a health coach and clinician, it's things like sleep. Are we honoring when our body needs that rest? Are we nourishing ourselves with the food that bring out the best in us, make us feel vital? And all those little things, movement that makes us feel joyous, not just because we have to do it, but because we enjoy doing it. So it's about those habits, but those consistent habits which add positivity to our life. And Swadhyay, that's self-reflection and awareness. Are we growing? Where were we yesterday? Are we better today? And what is our path? Where are we aiming for? Are we taking steps towards that? Reflect with awareness for the greatest good of all, starting with oneself. And Ishvara Pranidhana, to me, to put it simply, it's surrendering with faith. And I've done that many times in my life. One thing I describe is my son's allergies. I've been in a fatal car accident, a few broken ribs, I'm surviving. And that was, when that was happening, the few milliseconds, when the car swiveled around, I wasn't sure whether I'd make it through that accident. And one thing that came to mind is, if I had a second chance, what difference do I want to make in this world? And that's what I live by now. So surrendering with faith, I'm meant to serve a purpose, and I'm here today. Now let's go to asanas. Now, a lot of modern yoga practices concentrate on the aspect of asanas or asanas, which is the physical postures. And it is believed that the body is the temple for our soul. So yes, having a healthy body helps add, because the less pain we've got, the less ailments we've got, it helps us with focus and concentration to live a much enriched life. So again, when it comes to Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, basically what he describes in terms of the asanas is Sthiram Sukham Asanam, which means it's not about the flexibility, it's not about those complex postures, but it is about being steady and comfortable. So it's connecting, which is the next limb of the Ashtanga Yoga, the pranayama, it's connecting the breath through the asanas to quiet the mind, reduce our stress levels. So with pranayama, we've heard, the talk before me, the two beautiful pranayams. And pranayama, basically controlling our vitality. In fact, science shows that animals that breathe faster, rapid shallow breathing, have a lower lifespan. For example, rats, while tortoises breathe much more slower than humans and have a higher lifespan as well. So the science shows the vitality. So if we learn to control our breathing, breathe deeply, we can then help ourselves by adding vitality to our lives. So one of the practices that was mentioned is the Anulom Vilam, the alternate nostril breathing. Now that's generally great for most people to balance their nervous system. And basically it is blocking one nostril at a time and inhaling and exhaling in a particular way. I won't go through that because that was covered. And what I will say is the right nostril is our Surya Nadi, which is basically the activating or the sympathetic part of our nervous system. The left side is our parasympathetic, the Chandra Nadi, which calms our nervous system down. The sympathetic basically activates our nervous system. The parasympathetic calms it. And when we do alternate nostril breathing, we balancing our brain hemispheres, and our nervous system is neither too active nor too passive. And we're helping with the science through the different meridians, parts, and the nadis with that. So just wanted to add that in terms of the pranayam. Each pranayam has got a purpose. Like Kapalbhati, the shining forehead gets more oxygen to the brain. But of course, there's some contraindications. So All of them have got purpose, but when used correctly and when used correctly with the asanas, so the postures, which one to use when, in what posture, under what situation, can be really powerful as well. Then the fifth link is pratyahara, which literally to me means turning inwards. It's about controlling our senses so that we are acknowledging our human existence but not being controlled by it. A lot of the time people are controlled by, say, digital exposure, media, and other things. And yes, it is evident in this modern world. But how do we control our mind so we are the ones under control and not letting those things control us? To me, that's pratyahar. And for example, if we're eating mindlessly is not conducive to our health and well-being. But with pratyahar, when we eat mindfully, prayer, gratitude, embracing every bite, that to me, pratyahara in this modern world, it's about basically how to embrace things within controlling what you can for your health and well-being, as well as the highest good of all. So far we've covered the yamas.
And Dr. Seemaji, putting the health of people into their own hands. It's like they're grasping it and they're pulling it towards themselves. And it's so powerful to see how you've actually got the practical explanations and the examples that go along with it, which is coming from your own personal life story and how things basically tie together so well. That is absolutely wonderful. Because we're actually short on time, we do have to move on. But I've got to say, once again, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing these beautiful snippets with us as well.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Seema. Earlier, Apurva was here as well. Both of you have indeed life experience and bounced back. It was very good. So now we're going to we travel different countries and different continents. We're now going to go to the US to follow Sharon. Just before we go, 30-second comment. Anupur, your comment on what Seema said, then Sri Sivam, and then we move on to Sharon.
What is very interesting is that having heard all these things, they all take us to Aurobindo's integral pathways. It's taken into account the entire Jnana Yoga, the Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raj Yoga. They've all taken into everything. In fact, if you collect all the things that have been spoken about, it covers the entire yoga systems. It's just amazing how much we can just tabulate it serially that way. Thank you very much, Seemaji. It was beautiful. I'll certainly contact you because I was wanting to talk to you anyway about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Acharya Shivam, please.
Yes. Namaste, Sivaji. Thank you so much for coming here. And it's nice to see you once again. And beautifully expressed your reflections on Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, gratitude, and tapas, awareness, and Ishwar Pranidhana. Deeply grounded and relevant to daily living, and everyone should practice it. And it's always enriching to explore and deepen these understandings when you come in the weekly inner journey dialogues as well. And it's always pleasure to hear you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. So many different countries we are connected to right now. So now let's go. We go to Sharon, who is a resident senior host at Healing Our Earth. In every episode at the tail end, brings different contributors on any subject that we select. And we are excited. Sharon, are we going to Tunisia first with Dr. Ariel? It's over to you. If you unmute yourself, please.
Yes, we are. I am so excited about my guests today. Talk about light and energy and yoga and qigong and meditation. The people I'm bringing, Ariel, Christopher, and Daniela, are just full of such wonderful, wonderful positivity. And so I was really happy that they would join us. And Bill Douglas, of course, is here with us. Bill actually introduced me to them. And because we're putting together, as I said, this whole network that will join us all with film and events and classes. So Bill introduced me. Hi, Bill. Bill introduced me to Ariel and to Christopher and Daniela. So you all know Bill, the founder of the co-founder with his wife Angela of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It was incredible this year. It was just amazing, and it's even going to be more incredible next year. So I'd love to have Bill introduce Ariel.
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, this is great. This is so beautiful. Yeah, Ariel, he's been a visionary with World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and the Fida Chi organization. And he's been educating a lot of people in the internal arts. And then his vision of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in Tunisia, through his organizing and his inspiration, spread to several North African and also Central African countries. And it's been amazing connecting with people around the world, like both of you, Sharon and Ariel, who realize that this is the time in human history when the masses need to know about these things. And Ariel's been a real force in Africa over the years, and so that's really exciting. And then in 2027, the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is going to be Ariel's going to be in Morocco, and so we're hoping to join him in Morocco and then do hopefully a special screening of Quantum Chi. I think that would really ignite your event. So it's just so exciting seeing folks like you come together. And so Ariel, again, he's just a real visionary, a real poet's heart. How you doing, Ariel?
Yes, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, Bill. Thanks, Bill, and thanks everyone. Okay, namaste for everyone. And okay, we are here in Trinidad. So first of all, really sorry for the noise because we are also in the midst of the International Yoga Day event. Okay, going on. We are actually in the Coliseum of Carthage, so it's a really historic place, and it's truly amazing to have all of you here. Okay, and Bill, Rose, and also all the rest of the organization. So what I would like to share with you guys, it's really, let's say, what I consider to be something extremely important in our discipline, which is how to move from common sense, actually from something really obvious into common sense. Okay, sorry, I have actually someone's trying to call. I don't know. Okay, first, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, because I was a bit worried about actually stuff. So let's say, how can we move from common sense to common? It's really important because we all know that yoga is extremely important. We all know about the benefit of yoga, and we all know because we have actually centuries of literature about the importance of yoga, about how beautiful yoga is, and also a lot of, let's say, scientific research about yoga. However, it still seems to be difficult for people to move from, let's say, common sense into common practice. And for me, that's actually the core of our discipline, any internal art, whether it's actually yoga or actually Tai Chi or Qigong or actually Reiki. It's really important to make it practical. So how do we make it practical? Because we know wisdom is not about what we know. Wisdom is about what we practice. So how to practice it every day? Sometimes we have the illusion of separation, especially now in the world with everything going on. And we know that actually yoga, at its core, yoga means union. And that's why I think that the message of yoga is so important and especially so powerful today, because yoga reminds us that we are all part of the same family, the same human family. We all know about the 8 limbs of yoga from Patanjali, and we know that actually really experiencing yoga can means experiencing one of the limbs of yoga, but it's also more beautiful if you are aware about everything. So when we talk about being aware of everything, we talk about being aware of our breath. We talk about be aware of the way we stand. Okay, we are some guests here have talked about the power of asana. We also talk about the ethic of yoga. We also talk about the yoga of devotion. All of that are just part of the same core of the same discipline of yoga. So for me, it truly started with something extremely important. It's actually with breathing, because we know the quote like if you can breathe, therefore you can practice yoga. And what we have in common is actually breath. Okay, and I know Bill Douglas have this quote that we use during the World Tai Chi Day. It's actually one world, one breath, because the world is truly one family. So it's truly important to take time to become aware of our breath, of our breathing. Because if we have 1 minute to breathe, we have 1 minute to practice yoga. And it starts in the morning. Just wake up in the morning, become aware of our breathing, of the way we stand, and also, if we are truly aware about the way we breathe, we can also be aware about the fact that we are not that much separate of the other person, because what I breathe in is actually what the other person breathe out. And what I breathe out is what the other person is going to breathe in. So truly it means that by the mystery of breathing, I'm bringing the other person in the deepest part of myself. And this is something which is really important. So the challenge today is not that much the lack of knowledge, because we have way more information, way too much information. But really how we turn knowledge into practical experience. Okay, and that's why we need people like actually you guys, like Neil, like actually the team, like Rose, with everything we are doing now, like Bill, and I really and deeply tell you thank you from the bottom of my heart, from everything you are doing, because you don't know how many people are going to be touched just by what they are going to listen today. I heard a lot of beautiful things actually from the doctor here, from different guests, from different actually people coming from the research and also from the personal experience. The other thing is actually that uh, sometimes obviously we do struggle in our practice, like discipline is important, but we don't always feel to be disciplined, to be motivated, isn't it? And what is important is just to set some time in the day, whether we like or not, just take time to maybe practice one asana or two asanas in the morning. So you wake up in the morning, practice one asana, or just practice two asanas, or Surya Namaskar. Sometime like 5 in the morning, when you come back actually for your work, that you can also do five. Take time actually to meditate. We have so many beautiful scripture. We have actually the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. We also have the Gita, which is extremely beautiful. Like personally, before sleeping, I always listen to the Gita in audio, and it really does something amazing. Also the practice of the posture. Okay, just by the way we stand, we can change things. Okay, I do give some yoga class in the corporate world, and it's actually important to actually teach them just how to stand during a meeting, how to stand when they are actually having a conversation, how just to stand with themselves. Okay, how to correct the pose. Okay, we don't need to master all the asanas of yoga, but if you can only be aware of about actually two or three, just to actually help with our alignment, that can make some miracles in our life. So what I would like to add before ending is really live in the really specific time. And I got to talk with Sharon last week, and what we noticed, like, it seems like the universe has been inspiring the same thing all together at the same time. People know me a lot about with Tai Chi, with Qigong, with meditation, and some people don't know that I also do practice actually yoga. I give yoga classes. And what was really important this year is actually to in our organization, Tai Chi, was actually to add in our training yoga. So this is something we are going to do next year. where in Morocco, because we have been doing Fitaichi event in Tunisia for a long time. And now we are going to make it next year, really something extremely important. In 2027, it will be in April. We are going to have actually something amazing in Morocco because we are going to have a Walmart training with internal discipline for corporations, meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong. And for this year, next year, we are going to add yoga. We are going to bring actually great masters, great gurus around the world from different school of yoga, from Ashtanga, Hatha Yoga, Vinyasa, Yin Yoga, in order to make people become more aware of yoga because it's yoga is like a big room. It's like a big house, and in each room we have something to connect with ourselves. Okay, and this is something where I think we are going to have a big celebration because Bill Douglas is going to be there. Angela also, Rose actually is going to be there, and we hope Neil that you will be there, and also some people here in the chat. I invite all of you to be there in Morocco next year for this event because it's really going to be something amazing. And I also propose to actually to you, Neil, if we can co-host the same event next year, it would be amazing to share that with the audience here and also bring this energy together with because we are all part of the same family.
Ariel, that was fantastic. Look at the passion you've got. Look at the ideas you've got. Sharon actually did gave me a hands up on this earlier before, so I'm aware of what you are doing. Morocco is going to be far from United Kingdom, so for next year we'll be able to help you with actual contributors who can physically travel there, who are very senior. It was United Kingdom which made the yoga famous anyway from 2006. So it's beautiful, your think and the thought, and particularly if through yoga, you can, if Tai Chi and Qigong can piggy bang, because there is nobody who owns Tai Chi and Qigong. The Chinese say they want it, the Taiwan, the Hong Kong, they all have made their own claim. The Americans, the British, United, because there are modern way of doing Tai Chi. It would be nice for us to lead them in the right direction. So World Meditation, World Yoga are official. Let us bring Tai Chi and Qigong, even if you have to piggy bank on yoga. And Ariel, you've got it absolutely right. The energy, the synergy that you are planning, you are of course not new to Healing Our Earth. You've been here on Tai Chi and Qigong episodes before. So we always love you. Sharon, exactly what you promised that he will deliver. We will definitely support this, not just online, but maybe in a physical format, because Morocco actually does yoga and stuff. Anukul, the passion that Ariel is reciprocating and how passionate he is about yoga and bringing Tai Chi and Qigong, which is what even Bill and Sharon wants to do.
It's amazing. I was discussing about this with some other people that I know, and including some patients, very senior politicians over here. And it's interesting how the concept of spiritual alignment with physical activity with Tai Chi and Qigong is very, very interesting. It's something that was never possibly emphasized amongst the common people in general. But I think it has been very well brought forward by Bill Douglas's previous attendances, his previous participation. And today I see it with Dr. Ariel. Fantastic. I think it is some really worth having all of them together.
We could all work towards together, Anupul, with the team, with Amrita, and maybe leverage Tai Chi and Qigong, even with the yoga. And next year, we got exactly 1 year to plan out. We can do some free online session, which is definitely a must, and maybe physically bring it up, because there are very good prominent yoga meditation teachers. Even if someone like Sister Genti travels to Morocco, they've got a big following there in Morocco and Tunisia. And because she represents United Nations, that'll be good. So Ariel, we'll try to make it happen as what your dream is. And because Sharon and Bill are part of Healing Our Earth, and they've been here for yonks, ever since Healing Our Earth started. You got our full support. Keep in touch with Sharon, who will introduce.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Neil.
Yeah, she will introduce you with some steering group which can maybe help. Sharon, wonderful. Bill, thank you for bringing someone like Dr. Ariel, because he is not only talking about it, he's passionate. You can see the emotion he brought, the passion, and he didn't just talk, he also gave ideas how it can come to fruition. So I love it. Sharon, all over to you and Bill, and you've got two other guests here. It's up to you. How and when you involve, it's all yours. Thank you, and a global namaste.
Sharon, one thing I just wanted to point out is we were just having this conversation, like, what Ariel was talking about, about this connection of everybody. That's the thing that I found so electrifying as we've gone on this journey, is that when something's bubbling up in us, like the need for people to know about this stuff on a massive level, and also for the mind-body community to come together as a collective whole, because the science shows that we're more powerful when we come together. It's like what's been so electrifying about this experience is seeing that when you have that feeling, you're not the only one on the planet that's having it. People are having it all over the planet. And, Ariel just articulated it so well. And then we've got Christopher and Daniela coming up, who we're all thinking in the same kind of a way. And it's really exciting to see what the connections that are being made. It seems like we're all being magnetically connected to each other. It's really extraordinary. So, so Christopher, I just wanted to introduce you guys to Christopher and Daniela. And we met through the Excellence in Yoga program, where you guys had a whole bunch of different yoga teachers on, and that was really what's kind of been going on in the Tai Chi and Qigong world as well, where we're just celebrating all the teachers and just kind of melting the idea that we're competitors and all that kind of stuff, and realizing that we are all part of like the vanguard of the new possibilities for the planet Earth. And so it's really, really exciting to have you guys on the program today.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Sharon. Global namaste to everyone, to all the speakers. We are so honored. Myself and Daniela, our business is called Great Energy, and Daniela will introduce a little bit more about what we're here for.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you all. And, I thought about this, and I wanted to start with the conversation that I have internally when I open my eyes in the morning and each new precious day is before me. So I thought we could just step back for a moment and just reconnect with, well, the whole purpose of our human experience. I love the looking at our lives through the lens of, we really are spiritual beings having a very human experience. And we're not just human beings occasionally having these spiritual experiences. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. I grew up loving Joseph Campbell. And there are 3 lines that I have carried with me my whole life. I'm in my 50s, and I think about these every morning. The first is that it is the privilege of a lifetime to be who you are. The second is that the goal of our life is to make our heartbeat match the beat of the universe, to match your nature with nature. And then this one just blew the top of the cake off for me. He said, I think people say that what we're seeking is the meaning of life, but I don't think that's what we're really seeking. I think what we're seeking is the experience of being alive. So we feel the rapture of our being alive. His Holiness said to Andrew Harvey when asked the question, what is the purpose of our life? And he said, without missing a beat, which is a very non-traditional Tibetan Buddhist response, he said, we are here to embody the transcendent, to embody it, not just think about it, right? Not to occasionally touch on it in our meditation and then shift back into our daily lives, but to live inside the embodiment of the transcendent in our skin, in our bones, in our daily curriculum of life. And so why does this perspective matter when we think about meditation as one aspect of our yogic path? Because meditation isn't a retreat from life. It's a practice that makes us more available to our lives, more present, more congruent, more genuinely alive. And so Christopher and I, we love sharing a particular style of meditation called effortless meditation. And this style of meditation is one that is an invitation to attend to your interior castle, to sort, to explore, to reorganize, to create those inner conditions in which that something deeper can be felt. You know, the goal isn't, and sometimes we hear the expression of we want to get out of our heads and get into our hearts. Well, I don't think that's the whole picture. I think more accurately is we want to make all of our three centers, these centers of divine, creative, brilliant intelligence, the head, the heart, the hara, the solar plexus, which is our center of power and action, because we want the head and the heart and our core to all be communing so we can live this inner congruency in the curriculum of our lives, exactly as our lives appear to us. So unless you signed up for the monastic path, which I don't think we did, most of us here didn't, then we're on the path of the householder, the path of full engagement in life with the whole spectrum of intimacies and joys and terrors and challenges and bliss. It's meditation that allows us to meet the all of it, the full range of our human experience with sobriety, with presence, with a lightness of being that does not depend on everything's going well. So before we go any further, and Christopher is going to lead us actually in an effortless meditation practice. You know, there are lots of different meditation styles. There's concentration practices, focus, visualizations. These are all genuine and valuable. And effortless meditation offers something a little more specific. It begins by dismantling some common assumptions. The first myth, I want to bust 3 myths. The first myth is that the purpose of effortless meditation is to try to stop my thoughts and quiet my mind. Well, this is a myth that stops more people from ever finding a genuine practice than almost anything else. The mind is doing what it does. Thinking is what minds do, much in the same way that lungs breathe and hearts beat. So effortless meditation doesn't ask us to stop that or try to battle our minds, and we're not trying to concentrate into quiet. It's an invitation to come into our interior world and to allow stillness to find you rather than chase it. It's a fundamentally different doorway. So the second myth I want to bust, and then I'm going to turn it over to Christopher, is if your mind is busy during meditation, I must be doing it wrong, or I have a monkey mind. We want the best gauge of the quality of your effortless meditation practice not to be what happens on the cushion. The real litmus test is everything that happens after. How do you treat yourself internally? How do you treat others? How do you treat the world and the rest of your day before you when you get that text? Are you present in conversations or waiting to speak? Do you feel that sweet inner smile in the living moment? Do you feel a steady and persistent gratefulness for your existence? Do you touch in on that lightness of being? Does that permeate you? See, that's our meditation working. The cushion is just the preparation. And the last myth I want to bust is that meditation is about getting out of your head and into your heart. We want all three centers congruent: head, heart, hara. The solar plexus being our center of action and power so we can live the head and the heart together. We're not here to try to transcend our humanity. We are here to feel the rapture of being alive, to live inside of our lives, in our skins and bones, in our daily, in our extraordinary, and in the ordinary. And along this journey, come back into remembering, through direct experience that is most often spontaneous. We cannot make this happen. To welcome those spontaneous direct experiences, to feel, see, know that which we are beyond the character we play in our lives, to touch in on our true face, to feel ourselves as our true essential nature, as pure awareness of being, so that we can then play the character of our lives full out, but sort of with a nod and a wink, like, and I know what I really am, beyond my identifications, beyond my memories, and very well beyond my stories. So I thank you for this opportunity for this conversation. And Christopher, why don't you lead us into effortless meditation?
Wow, thank you, Daniela. I never tire of that message.
I don't either.
So it's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, really.
Yeah, very heartfelt. I mean, it's like you could feel it when you're talking about it. It was a feeling.
Oh, yeah. You really embody it.
We are here to do so. And look at us in all our unique ways of embodying. That's what's so amazing. I mean, we are a precious, multifaceted jewel. Each one embodies it in their own unique way.
You know, one of the things that you were talking about was well, a couple of things. One was the gratitude consciousness and the heart-centered consciousness. And the science backs up what you're saying, absolutely. And in fact, we dedicated the 2026 World Tai Chi Day to Dr. Roland McCratty at Heart Math Institute, the lead researcher at Heart Math, and then also to Master Li Jun Feng, who has really brought the heart-centered consciousness to the Tai Chi and Qigong community, because he was like one of the greatest wushu coaches in China. So he's like a big deal. And he came to Qigong and the heart-centered consciousness. His daughter talks in Sharon's documentary about Qi being prana, Qi, being an experience of the love of the universe. And it's one of the things that the influence of people like them and like you, what you were just talking about, the way that you've influenced me. And I think that's why it's so important for teachers to come together across disciplines, because there's so much to learn from each other and to get support from. But with our students, what we started doing was we don't battle with the mind's thoughts, but when we're doing our practices, we're constantly coming back to how nice it feels to be breathed by the breath, and how nice it feels to feel the body's sensations. So this physicality becomes this meditative experience when we let go of the linear thought and we just become that heart-centered consciousness that Heart Math has done so much research on. And then that replaces the monkey mind, because when what we started telling our students is, when we're feeling, we're not thinking. When we're thinking, we're not feeling. And so we're just guiding ourselves to that gratitude, heart-centered consciousness, really celebrating. You talked about, we're human beings having a human experience, really coming to terms with this and letting go of the idea that there's something wrong with human beings. They're the most beautiful, elegant creatures that I've ever seen in my life, in my life.
So
And,
well said.
Well, and what you're doing, and I get this feeling like, Heart Math and all these things, they're influencing all of us. And I think, if we talk to teachers around the planet, I bet a lot of teachers are tuning into what you put so well in your introduction to this meditation.
Thank you. And if it's okay to just add, I think we have a special responsibility for women that are navigating midlife, because oftentimes the world of, unless someone is trained, and this is not always the case, unless yoga teachers and Qigong educators understand all the physiological changes that happen for a woman between 35 and 60, and postmenopausal. This is often when women, midlife women, will abandon their practices because there isn't someone sharing with them. It may feel more restless and more noisy up here because there are hormone shifts. This is when progesterone drops, which is the calming hormone. Our estrogen declines and our thyroid functions often change. The internal mental stream genuinely accelerates, and the nervous system will feel harder to settle. So we have to care for our women as they go through their midlife changes and acknowledge this as part of their experience and let them know they're not failing at their practices. If all of a sudden meditation that used to feel lovely in their 20s and 30s, it no longer, if it can feel like a hostile environment internally. So I think we have a responsibility to our women, to help them back to their practices, to understand just some basics about what's going on in their physiology, that they're going to experience more anxiousness, maybe some more depression, and that the practices can still help them and support them through this glorious transition of becoming.
Thank you, Daniela. You mentioned about women. So not next week, the week after, on 5th of July, we've got women's self-care and self-love episode on Healing Our Earth. Maybe at the tail end, if you and Sharon can bring some good tips for women, not just women over 50, but because both of you have gone through a journey several years back, then we can help what is a new terminology now, perimenopause, which is very new in the world, together with hormonal changes that you are saying. So Sharon, keep in touch with Daniela. And Sharon, Christopher is going to lead us into a mini meditation now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Christopher, if you bring one nice meditation before we wind up, and then Sharon can wind up after your meditation. Sure. It's all yours, your smile, your energy, and meditation. Go, go, go.
Thank you all. We'll keep it short. I know it's a packed day with a lot of people, so I really only want to introduce one thing for you all today. And before I do, an acknowledgement of my teachers on this International Day of Yoga. My first experience with meditation was over 35 years ago. It was very forgettable. I was nervous. I didn't know what I was doing. It was in a Zen center, and I left after 15 minutes, and years went by. Eventually, I was found by my teacher, Sri Ravi Shankar, who guided me into my first deep dive and silent retreats on yoga meditation and the beautiful Sahaj Samadhi meditation that he teaches. Along the way, I encountered and was guided by Sri S.N. Goenka from the Vipassana tradition, and those silent retreats were indispensable on my path to coming to this internal clarity, which is the fruits of all of the practices of yoga and all the practices of Qigong. And in more recent years, our friend and mentor, Dr. Lauren Roche, guided what I'm here to share with you today. Dr. Lauren Roche, if you haven't had the pleasure of finding his work, has led a style of meditation that he called instinctive meditation for over 50 years. And he passed in April at his home in California. And along the way, he and his wife, Camille Maureen, wrote the Radiant Sutras, which is a poetic interpretation of the Vijnana Bhairav Tantra, which details 112 doorways to access that state of meditation, which is beyond words. And there are many versions of that. And if you haven't had the pleasure of exploring the Radiant Sutras, it has been a book that has changed my life and Daniela's life completely. It is said that the Buddha taught that there are over 80,000 different doorways to meditation, 80,000 different gateways to meditation. And so when Daniela and I share effortless meditation, it's not a better than or a different than, or this way is better than that way. It's more recognizing that whether there's 112 different pathways or 80,000 different pathways, that what is commonly taught in yoga studios might only be one or two or three of those pathways. And to recognize that there are many more There are many, many more pathways. And so if you're listening to this, if you're struggling with how to begin meditation, or meditation doesn't feel like the refuge that it used to anymore, then perhaps there's a new door to knock on. And Lauren Roche taught us what we call micro skills. So it's often thought that meditation should be easy because you're not doing anything. And yet every other significant skill in our life, playing a sport, learning to use a computer, working a job, everything that we do, becoming a surgeon, takes years of practice. And so meditation is no different. It is working with our interior world, which is as complicated as the exterior world. So it makes sense that it would take some skills to explore and to learn an approach to meditation that really serves you well. So to keep it short, to just give you a little taste of this, I'd love to explore for 60 seconds each what Lauren Roche called micro skills of meditation. When he would teach meditation, he would support newcomers to meditation by establishing a few micro skills before saying, okay, now let's sit for 10 minutes or sit for 20 minutes and repeat the mantra or whatever the primary technique would be. So when Danielle and I share effortless meditation as part of our work, we love to start with these micro skills to give people a gentle experience of this. So make yourself comfortable. There's no need to sit in any particular way. In effortless meditation, the most important factor is to be comfortable, and you lying down is perfectly okay. And I'd love to take 60 seconds and to explore this. Imagine that you are going to see a movie and that you don't know what the movie is or what it's called. You haven't seen the trailer. A friend said, you have to come see this. It's good. So you sit down in the movie theater, you get your seats, the lights come down, you sit back and relax, and you await what's next without expectation. So let's treat the mind like a movie theater, and we'll spend 60 seconds and lean in with curiosity. Don't even think of this as meditation. Lean in with curiosity and try to discover, getting my stopwatch, so you can discover or anticipate or explore whatever rises in the movie screen of your mind. Be curious. And you can release that practice. And take a note for yourself. Were there more thoughts or less thoughts than you expected? Was anything surprising that arose? Were you able to relax into the curiosity without trying to control the mind? So we'll do one more, we'll do two more, and then one more here, which is the next step of this. So the next step is 60 seconds of welcoming all the thoughts and feelings, whatever they may be. Imagine that you threw a dinner party and every aspect of yourself is invited. They come in costumes, the heroes and the villains, everybody's there. And whenever they show up at the door, you say, welcome, come on in, have a cup of tea. So 60 seconds, relaxing wherever you are, and welcome in all the thoughts and feelings. Nothing is turned away from the tea party. you can relax and release this, and we'll continue right to the last minute since you all are experienced. So allowing both of those micro skills to be present, looking for the thoughts, welcoming all the thoughts and feelings. I'd like to invite you now to choose something that you cherish, something that you love. It might be a person or a place or a memory or a feeling. But imagine that some feeling or some person or some place or some memory you love that you can bask in it, that it can fill all of your cells of your body. Every time you breathe in, let this feeling that you cherish, this feeling that you love, soak into your souls. And we'll give this 60 seconds. And you can relax and release this. Danielle and I had the honor of spending some time with our friend and mentor, Lauren, in his final weeks. And a couple of days before he passed, this is what he shared with those who were with him. So whether you knew him or perhaps there's someone else in your life who has passed on, you can receive this message. Lauren said to share with his loved ones, "All you need to know is that I am dissolving into golden light. I am in ecstasy and music. When you think of me, I am body surfing in the sunlight. If you can figure out a way to fly into the flame of your being, you can join me there." Thank you all. Thank you, Ella.
Thank you both. That was so lovely and heartfelt, and greatenergy.org. Anyone, please go there so you can see the fullness. Although we're getting to see them directly, direct experience, the fullness of what they bring. I'm so grateful to Bill, actually, for introducing me to Danielle and Christopher and Ariel. We're on a really amazing journey right now. And I started yoga in about 67. And the integration that's happening, and Anukul, you're very aware of this, of all these disciplines, the TCM and the Ayurveda and the yoga and the Tai Chi and the Qigong and meditation and mindfulness and all of the 5 pillars that Bill talks about with the Global Transformation Project. It's so inspiring and so uplifting. And it's been, as Bill was saying, we're on this incredible journey meeting people from all over the world who are looking to bring beauty and joy and peace and so much more to children, to everyone. So, Bill, just remind us about the Global Transformation Project for a moment, and then we'll close.
If I could just, when you were reading your message from the person who had passed, it reminded me of my mother came to me in a dream. She'd been dead for 50 years, but she came to me in a dream, and she said, I know that you long for me, but she said, just know this, anytime you love anyone or anything, I'll be there. I'll be that part of that experience that you're having. And today with World Yoga Day, one thing that's really important for people to know is that this book is free. I just got to tell people this while I have a second here. The Gospel of Science, second edition, is free. It's 700 pages of compiled science on the power of our consciousness and mind-body's proven ability to unleash this through society. And that's what Sharon was referring to, the Global Transformation Project. Get it into public education worldwide. It's crazy that it's not already happening. But the thing about it is I just wanted to take a moment here to realize that, and we have the science in that book. You'll see the data from the Global Consciousness Project, which was started from the Princeton University Director of Research. And so what is happening today on World Yoga Day is humanity's consciousness is coming into a greater sense of coherence. And the data's there. You can see the data chart, and that's powerful to see that chart, to know that's real. And World Tai Chi Day did the same thing. World Silent Prayer Day in September did the same thing. World Peace Meditation in December 31st did the same thing. And so there is like this huge, beautiful awakening that is spreading through the whole planet, the consciousness of humanity. And it's being evidenced in a lot of different ways, really beautiful ways that we're just not going to hear about in the angst-filled news and media. And somebody else has been referring to that earlier. And I think Sharon's documentary, Daisy's comments about we can't control the world, but what we can control is, where we are in consciousness. And when we love this world and love this planet, and really that's what all these arts are about. And again, Sharon's documentary said it so well. It was Master Lee's daughter who said she is love of the universe. And it's like every time I remind my students, every time we go into these higher states, these coherent states, what the science shows is it's rippling out through the consciousness of the whole planet. And so when we're meditating, we're all meditating together, and we're all doing all these things. And the work that all of you people are doing is it's like beholding a miracle. I can't believe that I'm sitting here, hearing all this. I feel like I'm living a dream that I dreamed. It's really something.
You are.
That's what the science.
That's talk, right?
That's what the science shows. It proves what you just said. Yeah. So everybody get this. It's free. Amazon Kindle. It's free all day today and also Monday, the 22nd. So for the next 2 days, you can go there and get it on Kindle for free.
Thank you, Bill. Keep on dreaming. Your mother has said the right thing to you. That
thank you, Neil.
depicts that if the mother comes in the dream when you know she is no longer on the earth, that means you had an affinity as a child that is coming through there. There is some bond that is coming there. So keep on bringing mom on the dream. Sharon, we will now conclude. But before we do this, Christopher, ever since you signed on Healing Our Earth, you had a fixed smile on your face without any strain or stress. You declared that for 35 years back when you did meditation, it was first time for you. Ever since you're not left. In the environment where you are right now, you've used magnolia color quite well, which is the correct color because in hospital it's light green, light blue, but at home should be magnolia for meditation and yoga. Christopher, as you were talking and what was going on in your mind, when you were talking to the others, and I will ask Acharya and Anukul to make a comment before we wind down. Were you conscious that you were delivering a session, or was it just nature how it is?
Could you repeat the question? I had a little hard time hearing it.
Were you conscious that you were delivering a session, or was it just natural and it was just coming with the flow as it was coming in?
From what I shared today?
Yes.
I had intended to share those micro skills, and everything I shared around that was spontaneous. I felt guided to honor my teachers in that way. just as I was approaching my time.
So you went into the auto gear.
Yes.
Because once you go on the auto gear, it is in within you. If you become subconscious, then you are having to import in the mind and then deliver. Well done. That's why you had a plastered smile on your face all the time. You look very fit for your age as well. So whatever you are doing is working. We are very proud of you. Daniela, you were enjoying what you were doing, delivering nicely and deliberately, which is very good. Bill, you are of course part of Healing Our Earth, and we're seeing you regularly over here. Acharya Shivam, who is a dean at MIT in Pune, in India, and has got several thousands of students under him. Acharya, what did you think of the way Christopher delivered his simple, soothing meditation? If you could unmute yourself and a quick comment.
So thank you so much for inviting me. So I believe there are two types of meditation. One meditation is when we are doing meditation with the self. And another meditation is when we are guiding the meditation and asking people to do it. So when we are in meditation, there are no thoughts. There is nothingness. There is just pure awareness. And when we are totally into it, there is just an observer, a witness, an awareness. But when we are doing and guiding meditation for others, we have the next thought in our mind, that what I have to say next, what I have to say next. There is an SOP, standard operating process, and through that process we operate. So I believe when we are guiding meditation, it happens with me most of the times, that while doing guiding meditation, I have found myself totally into it, and many times I've forgotten what to say. And during that awareness, I realize, oh yes, the meditation is going on. Then I bring back my awareness, and then I think, where was I? And then I guide the next step. So this is very common. If we are practitioner, this is very common. It happens with us. So how are you feeling, Christopher, about this? What is your experience when you deliver?
One thing I wanted to interject real quick on this is what I started doing when we're doing meditations in my class is I'll think of like a key word for the next thing that we're going to have to do. And then I just flash that key word right in the center of my brain, like it's on a big screen. And then I let my mind get lost in the experience. And then it helps me when I come back. It's like it helps me kind of see it on the screen. I'm not saying it's 100%, because I do like to get. I do love to get lost with the students. So I don't want to hold on. That experience you're talking about, I think that's a real paradigm shift for teachers. When you get to the point where you can start to get lost in the experience with your students. Yeah, and not be the teacher, but really be a fellow meditator with the group. It's pretty cool. I'm so glad you talked about that.
And I think it's a good space to be lost in.
It's beautiful to be lost in it.
Exactly.
And actually, it shows that the meditation is going right, because till the time the practitioner is aware about the meditation is not happening, because meditation, I believe, is the byproduct. We have to cultivate meditation in order to experience meditation. We cannot forcibly do it.
Yeah, because the brain changes physiologically. As we do the meditation, then the stress and fear part of the brain shrinks physically, and so it's those changes that we go through. But yeah, it's the whole teaching. Well, I get lost in my Tai Chi form, my Tai Chi long form. Because when you really get in the flow, you'll kind of lose track of where you are sometimes. And so then I'll have to look at my students, to find out what I'm supposed to be doing. And so I think that's one of the really cool things about doing Tai Chi in a group, because when you're in a group, you can lose your mind and become kind of part of the group mind, because you know that you can just, if you get lost in the flow, you can look over at the person next to you and know exactly where you need to be. And so I like that group aspect of it. And I bet yoga is very similar. When you get a high level group, where everybody knows the poses and everything, you can just get lost in it and not have to.
Actually, this reminds me of.
Thank you, Sri. Thank you, Sri. Seema, your 30-second comment, and then Anupul, your 30-second comment, then Sharon, Gayatri Mantra. Seema, over to you.
Thank you so much for all the nuggets of wisdom. I'll say meditation for me, like Acharyaji said, it's guiding somebody is one way to start, but the inner calmness that comes later on. So for me, my meditations, when I'm quiet, like the painting behind me, that's my paintings. I paint a lot while I'm meditating because I get into the zone, or when I'm out in nature. So for me, the creativity with meditation works. I teach a lot of kids yoga classes as well. So I have to make it a little more picturesque in terms of storytelling, be it nutrition, be it space. So peace. I did one on space, like different yoga poses, named it for the different, things, aspect of space, like the rocket and all that. And then the message was peace at the end. So it depends on whether I'm teaching kids or adults and how creative I had to be. But yes, the expression, meditation is living in the moment to me, no matter what you do, just focusing with awareness in that moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. Anupul, you were deeply involved when Christopher, with his smile, just went on to his song of meditation. Your 30-second comment, and then we end it with Gayatri Mantra, 7 seconds. Over to you.
Firstly, I want to thank Daniela for expressing the thoughts so very nicely and accurately about how to connect yourself internally to your own soul. But also now talking about what Bill has been trying to talk about, the scientific valuation of all these things together, getting Tai Chi and Qigong is a fantastic idea. But I must tell one thing, that there was somebody called Francisco Varela. He was a neuropsychologist, and he had mentioned that it's very difficult to convert what you can experience, experiential ideas, into something which is third person's ideology as to how to convert it into mathematics and statistics. And that's very, very central to the whole process, is that there is an Indian word called anubhava. I mean, what you can feel cannot be expressed in mathematical models. So that's something that we have to recognize. And I think science also, current day science, has to recognize the fact my experience of any particular thing cannot be expressed by mathematical tools. And it's something that is uniquely ours. So that's something that we must experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Anupul. Thank you, Shivam. Thank you, Seema. Time to go for 3 Gayatri Mantras. So Anupul will go first. Sri Shivam will do the second Gayatri Mantra words. And Sharon, you can finish with the third one with Om Shanti Shanti at the end, okay? And if
Wait, Bill needs to speak to what Anupul said, I can tell.
So, sorry, can we
unmute. Unmute, Bill.
The only thing that science can do is measure the shadow of our experiences. You're absolutely correct. The experience is far beyond that. But we know scientifically, if we teach school children how to breathe in and then exhale in a relaxed, longer exhale, we know that biologically that changes the heart, changes the brain, lowers stress chemicals. So there, you see what I mean? There's a marriage. People, they really need to get this for free today and tomorrow and read the science and get immersed in the science, because it shows that it's just crazy that we're not teaching every school kid how to do this already. It's just too overwhelming. Yeah.
We live in still in a mechanistic world that wants to know the science, even with the film,
right.
Going out there. Everybody wants to hear, oh, this professor from Harvard says this and that. So, I mean, I love what Bill's doing because, well, his passion is incredible for it. His heart is so in it. And he merges all aspects, the scientific and the really deeply felt heartfelt, well, every cell in your body felt aspect of these teachings. So thank you, Bill.
Well, thank you all of you, everybody. It's really beautiful.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you for being here, Christopher, Daniela, and everyone here. And Anukul, we have to go into the sound healing talk soon because I'm working more and more with those principles of sound healing in the music I'm making. And it's, you know, music has really powerful effect on meditation, on the mind, on every cell again. So let's do that sometime.
Surely.
Thank you, Anatol. If you could go with the first Gayatri mantra, over to you, and then we can. Thank you.
Om Bhur Bhuvatsva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvatsva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvatsva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
You can still carry on with one more. Swami, please carry on, and then Sharon, you do the last one. Thank you.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Sharon, you still have a golden wait. Just finish this one.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Remember, next week is Raw-Free episode. We dedicate to the Raw-Free organization of the world. The following week is Women's Self-Care, Self-Love. Sharon, if you and Daniel are coming, if you let me know well in advance, so I can allocate some time so we don't overrun. It'll be fine. Seema, if you want, just keep in touch with the team. Let's bring women empowerment, women's self-care, women's self-love. It can be a beautician talking about beauty. It could be a hairdresser talking about hairdressing. It could be somebody with a mental coach and about women matters and everything to do about women, for the women, by the women, and for men to learn from women how to help their women, whether it's mother, daughter, wife, girlfriend, whatever it is. Thank you, everybody. Need to shoot off. Love you all and see you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Namaste.